Hey everyone, Samia Khan here with your FOX10 News Now update. Happy Thursday morning. Hope you guys are having a lovely morning so far. Welcome to the show. Thank you guys for joining me. We have a lot of news ahead. Some happy news, some sad news, some news that'll make you think, and of course, there's always breaking news, so we have to stay tuned for that. In fact, right now we're getting a live event in featuring Marco Rubio in New Hampshire. He hasn't taken the podium yet, but I want to go ahead and show you what we will be taking you to momentarily. Marco Rubio going to be talking about national security at this event. You can see that people are just getting the podium ready for Marco, and we should be hearing from him momentarily. Senator Rubio speaking any minute now. We'll go live to that in just a bit. In the meantime, though, these are some of our top 5 stories. The first one is one of the sad stories. Baby goat stolen from the Arizona State Fair. Anital Roman is on her way, or actually now that it's 9 o'clock, she is at the Arizona State Fair right now. She'll be doing a hit with the morning show in about 10 minutes. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to her as well right after, so stay tuned for that. And in case you're wondering what this baby goat looks like, I have that photo for you here right now. Baby goat. This is the baby goat. So cute. So sad. His name is GusGus. He was stolen from the Arizona State Fair. Now apparently he was stolen from the petting zoo around 5:30 p.m. yesterday. Now, according to the zoo manager, GusGus will die without the care from his mother because he's only a few weeks old. The zoo manager also says the baby goat's mother has been noticeably crying for GusGus and it's not healthy for the mother to be separated from him. This morning, Sheriff Joe tweeted about this news, saying, quote, "Hearing a baby goat was stolen from the AZ Fairgrounds last night. I hope he is returned before too long." Look at little GusGus. I hope he's returned as well. Moving on is the next story. We talked about it extensively yesterday. The Fox Lake officer, the one whose death spurred a manhunt, but yet later, yesterday, in fact, we learned that he indeed just staged a suicide, has now been facing some backlash. I know that the signs honoring him around town in Fox Lake, Illinois have been taken down. There were certain signs tributing him as G.I. Joe, one of them being changed to G.I. Joke, apparently, according to the Associated Press. We do have the story from Fox National, and we're going to play that for you now. Stand by, guys. Stand by. The latest into the death investigation of that officer.
It's hard to picture him doing that. I wouldn't, it almost seems like it isn't true.
An Illinois community is reeling after authorities say a police officer whose death led to a massive manhunt back in September actually committed suicide, carefully staging the scene to look like a homicide.
Alright, I don't know why that video cut off after 20 seconds. I'm going to have to look into that. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and pull up video for you guys and tell you what I've learned from the Associated Press. In case you missed it yesterday, Gliniewicz, the information was released that he indeed staged suicide and that he was also under criminal investigation. We're now learning more information. In fact, an official says that the wife and the son of Gliniewicz are also under criminal investigation. The official who was briefed on the investigation says it centers on the Fox Lake Police Explorer post from which Lieutenant Gliniewicz allegedly stole thousands of dollars over the course of 7 years. Authorities revealed the embezzlement investigation Wednesday and confirmed weeks of suspicion that Gliniewicz killed himself and staged the scene to look like he died in the line of duty. This news just came out in the last hour or so, the fact that both the lieutenant's wife and son are also part of the investigation. Yesterday we knew that 2 other people were being investigated, although the names had not been released. Now we are learning that those 2 people were the officer's wife and son. Now, the family issued a brief statement Wednesday through their attorneys in which they said they were grieving, but didn't mention the finding that Lieutenant Gliniewicz took his own life or that he'd been stealing from the youth program. The family's attorneys didn't immediately respond to voicemail and email messages sent today seeking comment. Melody Gliniewicz helped her husband run the Explorer program, in which he put young people interested in law enforcement careers through sophisticated training exercises. In a newspaper interview weeks ago, DJ Gliniewicz, Lieutenant Gliniewicz's son, angrily dismissed suggestions that his father took his own life. Now, this week's revelations about Lieutenant Gliniewicz stunned people in Fox Lake, a village of about 10,000 people 50 miles north of Chicago. Gliniewicz, a 52-year-old married father of 4, had long been a role model. Now, since the news broke yesterday, public works employees were seen pulling down the ribbons that residents had tied to trees and poles as a tribute to their slain hero. Signs around the small town that had praised the cop known as G.I. Joe suddenly disappeared, replaced in one case by another that labeled him G.I. Joke. Authorities who investigated his death as a homicide for weeks announced yesterday that Gliniewicz meticulously staged his own suicide to make it look like he died in a confrontation with several suspects. Investigators said they believe the 30-year police veteran, whose death prompted a weeks-long manhunt and whose funeral drew thousands of mourners, killed himself because his criminal activity was about to be exposed. Up until the day he was found dead, a new village administrator was pressing him to see the Explorer program's books as part of a village-wide audit. An acquaintance of Gliniewicz says, "It's breaking my heart. There is a 'We love you, Joe' sign that I pass by every day. It is already down." Now, recovered text messages and other records show that Gliniewicz embezzled from the village's Police Explorer program for 7 years, spending the money on mortgage payments, travel expenses, gym memberships, adult websites, and loans to friends. Now, according to Lake County Major Crimes Task Force Commander George Falenko, Gliniewicz committed the ultimate betrayal, adding, "We completely believed from day one that this was a homicide." Moving on, the topic of orthorexia. Is it an eating disorder? So I saw this term trending nationwide on Facebook yesterday, and it looked like it was all over the place after this woman wrote this article. Everyone started talking about it. Orthorexia is an unofficial, I guess you could say, eating disorder that revolves around people's obsession with healthy eating. The article titled, "When Does Eating Clean Become an Eating Disorder?" Now, the author, Claudia McNeely, says the following: "Orthorexia is defined as an obsession with healthy foods. In the age of raw food diets and Instagramming each of your meals as you hashtag eat clean, it's becoming increasingly common and dangerous." In fact, there's a popular Instagram account called "You Did Not Eat That," which is famous for mocking the notion that Instagram models and personalities are actually consuming the food they post meticulously edited food photos of. And that Instagram account actually has 100,000 followers. And we can go ahead, 130,000 followers. Let's go ahead and pull that one up. Speaking the truth in this mixed up world of too many macaroons and ice cream cones used as prop, because really you did not eat that. It's a pretty clever concept. You have models eating hot dogs. She's dressed up as a macaroon. This model is eating a donut. She's eating Carl's Jr. She's eating a burger. So funny. Oops, you guys can't even see what I'm talking about. Now that's very awkward. That's probably the most awkward part of all of this. Disregard. Now you guys can see what I'm looking at. This Instagram account, you did not eat that. McDonald's, the Big Mac. This is a really funny concept for an Instagram account for sure. Wow, some of these photos are just interesting in and of itself. So you guys in the chat room, do you think orthorexia is a disorder? Let me know in the chat window, and I'll read some of your comments a little bit later on. Meanwhile, we're going to move on to the story. The story is crazy. A missing kid found 13 years later. He was reported missing from Alabama 13 years ago in 2002. He was just 5 years old. Now tracked to Ohio 13 years later. And the story of how everyone found out was crazy. Basically, he was having trouble applying to colleges, hearing back that his social security number was wrong. So he went to a school counselor to figure out how to apply to colleges. And the school counselor realized that this child had been, under a missing child list. And that's where the whole thing came together. I want to go ahead and pull up some video that has to do with this story. Now here is the photo of the boy's father, who was always suspected of abducting the child. Now there's audio that we can't really hear, but let's go ahead and try to hear it.
Well, when there is no specific custody arrangement, the law treats both parents as having custody of the child. But my understanding is primary care was with mom.
In 25 years of doing this job, this is the first time that I've ever come across anything quite like this.
Our Violent Crime Task Force worked this matter over the weekend and, in fact, confirmed that it is Julian Hernandez.
She was excited, relieved, and just, I can't express it in words.
It's extremely distressing to know that a parent was without her child for so long, not knowing where her child was, what was going on.
In that picture right there is the father, Bobby Hernandez. Authorities say Bobby Hernandez will face charges in both Ohio and Alabama, but it's not clear what those charges will be. We also have one more clip. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you guys now. 5-year-old boy who disappeared from Alabama 13 years ago found alive and well, living with his father in Cleveland. The news shocking to neighbors who knew the father and his son. Now, police had always suspected that the child was with his father.
Alabama. Well, it's about all I know. I mean, I knew he was in the Navy, or that's what he told me. I never got into his personal life. You know what I mean?
The father and the mother had been involved in a custody dispute in 2002.
Julian Hernandez and Bobby Hernandez, so it did make it a little more difficult in looking for them.
Now, the two have been living quietly under assumed names in Cleveland the entire time.
None. I mean, he said, he was picking the house up, and put a fence up, build a shed, and, just totally shocked.
Now I have a press conference that was held earlier this morning on this same case.
Being as involved as it is now, because we assumed that he was going to be local.
Right.
So, and then when I received a call Monday, realizing that he had assumed another identity and was living in Cleveland for 13 years, that was kind of strange.
Do you know where they lived? What, not the house number, but where?
I do not. I don't have an address. I was told 3 or 4 different addresses, but I'm not sure which one.
Typically, when you get this kind of custodial issue, what actions would your department or any other department take as opposed to a stranger abduction?
Usually we get a lot of these where there's custody papers already drawn up, where somebody doesn't bring the child back at the designated time, or they may keep them a week or so during the summer. But normally we can contact that person and they bring them back. But we had no contact information for this person. They received hundreds of leads over the years of where he might be, from Florida to out of the country, Canada. And we followed up on every one of them, and they all just came to be a dead end until I got the call Monday.
So can you tell us, break it down for us, how they, I understand it was a school counselor that...
That's what I've been told. Now, I haven't spoken. I received a call from the FBI office in Cleveland asking if Julian Hernandez was still missing, that they saw where he'd been missing since 2002. We did some checking. We discovered that he was still reported missing, had not been talked to. They went and talked to him. Then they went and talked to the father, and that's when the identification was made.
When you were contacted on Monday, did you visit Julian Hernandez's mother personally?
Yes.
What was her response?
Well, I mean, it would be like anybody else. I know if I hadn't seen my children for 13 years, I'd be excited, apprehensive, excited. She had been through so many false claims. She'd been through chasing leads for 13 years, and she just was kind of apprehensive, but real excited and glad that he was found safe and doing well.
Are mother and child together right now?
I don't know. I don't know. I know they have been in contact with each other, but I don't know the extent of the contact.
Is he going to, do we know, is he coming back here to Alabama, or is he staying in Cleveland?
I don't know. He is 18. He is an adult, so it's kind of up to him now as to whether he wants to come back. We can't go get him and bring him back as if he was a juvenile.
Can you elaborate more on how he was identified? You had mentioned the school counselor. We heard all kinds of things about college applications. Anything that you can tell us for certain?
I know that he was doing well in school and was looking to go to college. And when he started the process, that's when things kind of started coming together that wasn't who he was. And then the FBI office in Cleveland received a tip that he might be a missing person or abducted person. And they followed up and was able to positively identify him.
Did they tell you, anybody in Cleveland tell you how he's doing? Because, I mean, I'm assuming he didn't know all this?
He did not know any of this until shortly before we found out. And I don't know. I have not talked to him. I know he was taken care of. I don't know the extent of where he's at or who he's staying with or anything like that.
Do you know what name he is?
All right, guys, we're going to go back to that story in just a minute, but first, I know Anital Roman is live at the Arizona State Fair. You guys know that story I just told you about 15 minutes ago about the missing baby goat, the baby goat that was stolen at the fair. We're going to go live to Anita right now. Anita, what is going on with this story?
This is Custard, you guys, and take a listen to Custard. She has been crying all morning long, actually all night, because just around 5 o'clock last night, somebody stole her baby. Her baby's name is GusGus. He's just a few weeks old, and they were here in this pen, and they are part of a traveling petting zoo that is here with the fair. This is Karen. You direct all the agriculture here. Tell us what happened.
As you said, GusGus was in the pen, and that's our friend Wallaby.
I just saw a little wallaby hopping at me, and I couldn't believe it.
I know. And we noticed that GusGus was gone at about 5:30. He's, like you said, about
Tiny.
3 weeks old, less than 5 pounds. It would have taken nothing to put him in a jacket, a big purse, and walk out with him.
And that's what someone did. At some point, you guys think they reached over and grabbed him.
I know it happened. I'm absolutely positively confident. Unfortunately, we just weren't able to stop them at the gate because GusGus was easily hidden. We're just begging, pleading. If you know anything about GusGus, if you happen to be the one who borrowed him for a little while, just bring him back.
No questions asked. You're asking someone, whoever has him, to drop him off where?
17th Avenue and McDowell entrance. It's our VIP entrance. There's gentlemen that work at that gate. Just drop him off and we'll let you go. No, like I said, no questions, no names, nothing. Just bring him home.
And here's the thing. Emily, who runs the petting zoo, is actually doing other interviews because the story's getting national attention. Oh my gosh, there's a baby. I'm sorry. I have to digress, Mike. Could you please see the baby wallaby underneath this? This is amazing to me. This is what this petting zoo is all about. Mama is actually letting me pet her, and she's letting me pet the baby wallaby, which is absolutely amazing. And that's what you can do here. And that's what these animals are loved, and they're protected, and that's part of the exhibit. That's why people shouldn't take them. And GusGus is not going to survive without Mama.
He's not. He's never had. He needs his nutrients from his mother.
Right.
You can't get them anywhere else. He's got to have them from her. His life depends on returning him.
Yeah.
You know,
he'll get very sick, Emily said, if he drinks the milk you buy anywhere else.
Anywhere else, any kind of pasteurized milk. You just can't get fresh, raw mama's milk. Even if it came from a goat, it's not his mother.
It's not
and doesn't
his
have
mama.
that nutrient.
And let me, this wallaby is absolutely cracking me up. Mike, if you don't mind walking over here, and Samia, then we'll toss it back to you. These goats, very, very similar to GusGus, but bigger. These goats are probably double the size of what GusGus was. And as you can see, all of these animals, as we mentioned, look at how friendly they are. They come right up to us. They want to be pet. They want to be loved. They're very well taken care of. GusGus was actually born at the last stop. Do you remember where she said he... At Chelsea? Tulsa, at the Tulsa State Fair. And so just a couple of weeks ago, look at these babies, and they just want love, and they just want to be, amongst people, and that's pretty much the point of the exhibit. And so that's why they're asking to please bring GusGus back, no questions asked. And obviously, as you saw, Mom is very distraught. She has been crying all morning long. Samia, back to you.
Now, Anita, obviously this is a really sad story, but a lot of the people in the chat room just commenting on how cute the animals that are at the fair are in this live shot. Are they there through the rest of the week?
They'll be here through the rest of the week, and the petting zoo is open to everyone. They have rules. Oh my goodness, this wallaby is just cracking me up. This little baby's head is poking out. That's Mama, very upset that Mike is showing you. But yes, the petting zoo is here. It's open. There's an admission fee.
Nope,
it's free, you guys. Oh my goodness, it's free. So if you pay to come to the fair, you can come on in. You really do. This is the interaction that everybody gets. It's not just special treatment for media. They let a couple of people in at a time, and you can calmly and these, I'm not kidding you guys, these are like my little dog. They're just coming up to us, and look, this little one right here just wants me to pet, scratch a little. Everybody's coming up to us, checking us out, and that's really the whole point. And they want to raise GusGus to do exactly what these guys are doing. Their family. And this is how people learn about the animals. And so they're very distraught. Hi, baby. They just want GusGus back because they want to know GusGus is going to be okay. Mama, I'm not kidding you guys, since we have been live at 9 o'clock this morning, has not stopped crying. So she's looking for GusGus, and they're just asking, please, for his survival, bring GusGus back.
All right, Anita, thanks for giving that report. Hopefully we'll have a better report later today. I hope someone brings GusGus back.
Yes. Okay, we do too. Thanks, Samia.
Guys, that GusGus is adorable. In case you missed it the first time I showed you the picture of GusGus, I'm going to go ahead and pull it up for you guys now in case you missed it. There is little GusGus. This is the little goat that we are looking for. We're hoping that whoever took GusGus returns him to the state fair. As you heard from the petting zoo official. They will not ask any questions. They just want the goat back. You will not get in trouble. Please just bring the little goat back. Looks like we're still getting the feed in from the live shot at the fair. So I'm going to continue to bring you some of this video that is coming on in, because some of these animals are just so adorable. Look at the baby goats. You know, you can go to the petting zoo. The Arizona State Fair continues through the weekend. I believe Sunday is the last day of the fair. So if you want to go interact with these animals firsthand, make sure to head on over to the Arizona State Fair. I see some of you in the chat room obviously very emotional over this news. Rob Heck showing some sad faces. Tess saying, can he survive without his mom? D just rocking, chiming in saying that baby needs goat's milk. It will not thrive on anything else and could die without it. Let's go ahead and show that photo once again of that baby goat. This is GusGus. Rachel saying that poor baby and mama, they need each other. Rob saying this is sad. Someone goat napped GusGus. Yeah, I know, it's really sad. Very sad indeed, Rob. Maria saying, I hope so. I hope they find GusGus and that he is returned to his mama. Rachel saying, have Anita hug the goats for me. They are so adorable. Rachel, if you haven't made your way to the Arizona State Fair yet, I would encourage you to go to the State Fair, take your kids there, and interact with the goats yourself. Looks pretty fun. Plus, even though sometimes tickets can be pricey, I do know that the fair offers discounted prices on Saturdays and Sundays. I think it's $2 before 2 p.m. So that's a pretty good price. And like the fair official said, the petting zoo admission is free with entrance to the fair. D just rockin' chiming in saying petting zoo is my favorite part of the fair. Tess saying we will need GusGus updates. We will definitely give you GusGus updates. Hopefully the GusGus updates will be for the better. Moving on, we're getting a live feed in. Marco Rubio speaking in New Hampshire. Let's go ahead and listen in on what this GOP candidate has to say.
And the spread of war throughout the world. I'm running for president because if we do not return to the bipartisan tradition of American strength and return to it soon, then the tide of danger and discord that has swept the world in recent years will grow stronger. And that tide will eventually drag down our economy, wash away our influence, and bring danger to our shores that we will be unprepared to meet. I am ready to argue this case to America and to the world in the years ahead. And I will not tire in my efforts. I will not flag in my optimism about the future of this country. Our nation has great reservoirs of strength that we have not yet begun to tap. A dynamic and resilient people. A creative economy our adversaries cannot hope to match. And friends and partners all over the world who are waiting for us to recover our confidence. With these strengths, we cannot be discouraged. For with these strengths, we cannot fail. So I ask you to join me today, with strength as our organizing principle and peace as our ultimate goal. Let us as a nation and as a people recommit to the task of leadership and to the cause of freedom. And let us establish together a new American century. Thank you very much for having me. Thanks so much. Good job. Is this your lunch break? I hope not. Not yet. Not yet. All right. That was great. Another Patriots shirt. You guys are constantly know. Thank you. I know that. I know it's painful. It's a reminder. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. I'm grateful to you guys. Thanks a lot. Thank you, guys. Did I reach you already? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got to, man. Good to see you. Thank you. Will someone help me load that robot in my truck?
Now, this morning, Marco Rubio filed for the New Hampshire ballot. He is wrapped up there, but it looks like we're going to hear Paul Ryan's first media availability as the Speaker of the House. We are live now. Let's listen on what Paul Ryan is saying.
This bill, Chairman Schuster worked through more than 100 amendments on the floor. When his father had this bill on the floor in 1998, there were 5 amendments. This is a good start. It's a glimpse of how we should be doing the people's business. But we still have a ways to go. This morning, the House Republican Conference held a policy conference to discuss the weeks ahead. Most notably, the government runs out of money on December 11th. Normally, we wouldn't be talking about this yet. It's November. I'm sure someone somewhere would be writing a bill. But only when the deadline approaches would anyone actually see the legislation. At that point, the bill would be pre-negotiated and the outcome predetermined. That's no way to conduct the people's business. So here's what we're going to do. The House has already passed 6 appropriation bills. Negotiations on those bills are already underway. As for the remaining bills, Chairman Rogers of the Appropriations Committee and his members will hold a series of executive sessions with our members. At these sessions, every member will have the chance to review each bill and give their input on their priorities. We've never done this before, but that's how we should work. And now on, that's how we will work. Questions? Do me a favor. I know who most of you are, but just give me the name and who you're with so I get the down.
I'm Emma Dumaine with CQ Roll Call. I wanted to ask you, on the floor just now, your whips were asking a question. Did they support bringing back up the Financial Services Appropriation Bill as a standalone? And if it came to the floor, would they vote for it? What's the thinking behind that? And how likely is it that we would see a standalone appropriations bill move through the process in advance of December 11th?
Right, so things are going to be done a little differently around here. We are going to open up this process. So I laid before our conference today a choice of options. Instead of having leadership predetermine, pre-negotiate, and pre-decide how things are going to go, I wanted to invite our members of the conference to discuss how we move forward. We've got a tight deadline with appropriations. We're already past the fiscal year. So because we want to reopen the appropriations process, because we want to bring the Article I powers back, the power of the purse, back to the legislative branch, we're trying to figure out exactly how to do that. So instead of me deciding in the Capitol how it's going to be, I wanted to lay out options in front of our conference so that together we could deliberate and decide. That's what our conference is about. And so we are asking our members how they want to proceed going forward. I don't know the results of that whip. They're still tallying it right now. But again, that is how this is going to be. We're going to make this a more open process, and our members are going to have a say-so early in the process on how we move forward.
Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Even before you got into the speaker's race, had expressed some skepticism of what you were hearing back from Asia on the trade bill. We saw your statement this morning. Now, you worked so hard to get that trade the framework through. If that falls through, something you don't feel you can accept at the end of the day, once you get into the fine print here, does it put you in kind of a crosswind because you fought so hard for that? And on one hand, you were hoping that the administration would help you pass that, and on the other hand, you're criticizing the administration on immigration. So is that?
Hey, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Something tells me they're going to criticize us and compliment us on any given day. Trade is very important for America. It is absolutely essential that America write the rules of the global economy instead of others writing the rules of the global economy. They just sent the text this morning. So we have a lot of work to do to review this agreement. And we do not rubber stamp anything around here, let alone trade agreements. So because I was the co-author of the TPA process, the American people will now get a chance to see what's in these trade agreements, in addition to the representatives in Congress being able to see it. It's the most transparent and open process we've ever had in considering trade agreements. So I don't know the answer to what my position is on a trade agreement. I have not even yet read because we just got it this morning. But again, I'm pleased with the process we have coming before us. Open, transparent, people get to see it, members of Congress get to see it, and then we'll decide independently, after consulting with our constituents and our conscience, what our position on anything like a trade agreement will be.
Just could you perhaps
Let me know.
Carrie Pickett, Daily Caller. Can you perhaps talk about the issues that you plan to elevate to highlight the differences between the Republicans and the Democrats? And also, could you also talk about what kind of issues that you plan to use to assist the eventual Republican nominee for president?
Yeah, so like I said earlier on, we don't like the direction America is heading. We think the president and his policies have taken America down the wrong path. And so we feel that we have a moral obligation to our constituents and to our fellow citizens to offer a better way forward. And so in the next weeks and months, we together as a Republican conference, in consultation with our friends in the Senate, are going to be offering alternatives. We're going to be developing those alternatives. I'm not going to do those unilaterally. These are something we're going to do organically in a bottom-up approach here in the House Republican Conference. And so on all the big issues of the day, jobs, the economy, poverty, national security, defense, we're going to be offering our alternatives and what we believe is the best way forward. And that's a process that's going to take many months.
Speaker Ryan, Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. Can you talk about your relationship with the president and how, I'm sure you've studied that as his former opponent on the ticket, as an observer here, seeing how he interacted with Speaker Boehner. What do you expect to do differently? Have you spoken to him, met with him? Give us a sense of your relationship with the president.
Well, we know each other. And yes, I did run against him in the last election, but I'm not, I'm a person that can get along with people. I like people who believe passionately in things, even if they're not the things I agree with. So I generally, as a general matter, enjoy people who fight passionately for what they believe in, again, even if it's not what I believe in. So I've always had a good way of getting along with people on the other side of the aisle. We have spoken. We have not met in person. He's overseas right now, I believe. So we've had a couple of conversations on the phone, pretty courteous conversations, and that's about it.
There's been real movement in the Senate on criminal justice reform. Last month, Chairman Goodlatte and Mr. Conyers put forward a House version of criminal justice reform. Do you foresee criminal justice reform happening by the end of this Congress when you commit to putting it on the floor?
Well, I'm not going to commit to floor actions because that's something I want to make jointly with our members of our caucus. I personally am in favor of criminal justice reform. I supported those. I put those in a plan that I put out as budget chair of co-sponsored bills before I became Speaker. So it's an issue that I think needs attending to, but we're going to have the House work its will. We're going to work through the committee process, like I mentioned. And the committee, as you discussed, is already working on these issues. So that is an issue I think we should be addressing.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm Bob Costantini with Westwood One News. The President and the administration has put out the idea that it is studying where to place Guantanamo detainees and the possibility of the President taking whatever executive action he thinks he can to try to live up to his promise to close that facility. What are your thoughts about that right now? And over on the Senate side, by the way, Senator McCain, who thinks Guantanamo should be closed, has put out the idea that the administration should study.
Well, I think Guantanamo detainees should be in Guantanamo. I would refer you to the defense authorization committees. We're passing the NDAA. So I would refer you to the legislation and Mac Thornberry for any further answer to that.
I'm Christina Peterson with the Wall Street Journal.
I can't hear you.
Christina Peterson with the Wall Street Journal. How realistic do you think it is that Planned Parenthood could be defunded in the omnibus? And can you make any kind of commitment that the government won't shut down in December?
I'm not going to predetermine the outcome of negotiations that have not even taken place yet. I don't think Planned Parenthood should get 1 red cent from the taxpayer. That's been my position for a long time, even before I saw these gruesome videos. That's point number 1. Point number 2, we also have a reconciliation process underway. And we have defunded Planned Parenthood through the reconciliation process, which is our best chance and opportunity of actually getting a bill on the president's desk. So we are moving on Planned Parenthood on multiple fronts, not to mention the fact that we have a select committee through the Commerce Committee that is being assembled to look into these issues. How about over here?
Mr. Speaker, Jared Halpern with Fox News Radio. How's your relationship with Leader McConnell?
we've seen in this year sometimes the House working pretty separately from the Senate. Curious if you want to change that.
I do. I actually attended their policy lunch this last Tuesday. Some of you were there. That was a great start. A lot of those folks are friends of mine who served here in the House. I've invited Leader McConnell to come over to our House Republican Conference and to address our conference and to enjoy what we call open mic period. So he's taken me up on my invitation. So he's going to be coming and speaking with our conference when we return from this district work period.
Speaker Mike Emanuel from Fox. You joked over the weekend that your honeymoon might be about 35 minutes long. Is it over, or how's it going?
Probably. I don't think you get a lot of honeymoons for things like this. Look, this was not a job I was looking for or seeking. It kind of sought me. I realized that it was a duty and an obligation. Now I realize it's an honor. And it's an honor that I have this responsibility and this opportunity to serve. And the way I am trying to do this job is the way that I always thought it should have been done. And that is to make this a more open process so that every citizen in this country, through their elected representatives, has an opportunity to make a difference. That is the people's house. This is the branch of government closest to the people. And so I wanted to have a process that is more open, more inclusive, more deliberative, more participatory. And that's what we're trying to do. That's why I'm saying things are going to be done a little differently. The whip we just had on the floor that you were asking me about appropriations is a decision we have left up to the members of our caucus. That's kind of how I want to do things. I've got to tell you, bills will come up that may not pass. We're not going to bottle up the process so much and predetermine the outcome of everything around here. I want the House to work its will. I think that's the way the founders envisioned it to work. And so that means some things will pass and some things won't. And we're going to let that happen.
Mr. Speaker, Todd Bullock with Public Radio, another appropriations question. In 2013, 33,000 Americans died from gunshot wounds, 85,000 were injured, roughly the same rate as automobiles. The House HHS appropriations bill continues this decades-old ban on the CDC from studying gunshots as a public health issue. Do you think it's appropriate to continue that ban?
I'll refer you to the appropriators and Tom Cole, the chairman of the subcommittee.
Position on Planned Parenthood.
I think the Second Amendment is an individual right, and the Supreme Court has recently affirmed that. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on Paul Ryan's press briefing. Paul Ryan took over as Speaker of the House. Last week, Boehner officially retired from the position. This was Paul Ryan's first press briefing as Speaker of the House. It is 9:43. I'm going to give you a recap of the top 5 before we show you some more video. Baby goats stolen from the Arizona State Fair. Really sad story. The story of GusGus. Just 3 weeks old, taken from the Arizona State Fair petting zoo yesterday afternoon, early evening, around 5:30 p.m. So far, we have no leads in terms of who took them. The fair officials are pleading with the public, whoever took baby GusGus, to just bring him back. No questions asked. Hopefully, GusGus will be reunited with his mom. Because he's so young, it's possible that he won't survive without access to his mother's milk, his mother's goat milk. So we're hoping for a reunion soon. I will be able to show you some video of GusGus in just a little bit, but I want to move on. We talked about a couple of these stories, but we never got to the last one. Ben Carson releasing a campaign ad rap song. So I just heard this from one of our web producers, Brent, and I clicked on it and I was like, what? So apparently Ben Carson, starting on Friday, will begin running radio ads targeting black voters with a rap song, according to ABC News. Now, they're spending $150,000 on these ads. It'll air the ad in Miami, Atlanta, Houston, Detroit, Birmingham, Jackson, Memphis, and Little Rock for 2 weeks. Again, this according to ABC News. Here is some video of Ben Carson while I tell you this story. Now, according to the report, spokesman Doug Watts said, quote, "This happens to be a group that we feel pretty strongly is ready and prepared to start working for Ben Carson." Carson is not the first candidate to employ rhymes on the campaign trail. Former Republican presidential candidate Rick Perry launched his campaign with the rap country fusion number. All right, so that is the story with Ben Carson. I want to go back to this fourth story right here. Missing kid found safe 13 years later. It's a pretty crazy story. Basically, this kid was living this life in Ohio, had no idea that he wasn't who he really was. Apparently, he was abducted at the age of 5 back in 2002. When he was trying to apply for colleges, it kept getting rejected, his application, so he went to a school counselor to figure it out. Turns out this teenager was on the missing child list. The counselor found out, and soon the whole puzzle came together, and he was taken from Alabama, taken to Ohio. Police held a press conference this morning. I showed you some of the press conference, and I'm going to go ahead and share with you the rest of the press conference now.
I don't know the extent of where he's at or who he's staying with or anything like that.
Do you know what names Bobby and Julian were going by in Cleveland?
I can't give that out right now because it's part of the investigation ongoing as to our charge here and the charges up there.
We heard from a neighbor that they had lived in the house just a couple of years. Do we know how long they've been in the Cleveland area? Has it been that entire 13-year period?
My understanding is maybe since 2004, something to that effect. I'm not real sure. I don't have a specific date.
Can you give us details of the abduction back in 2002?
I know that he was, the mother and father were not married. He came over to watch the child for a short period of time, left a note saying he had taken him somewhere, and that was the last that she saw of him.
Not married as in never been married or divorced?
I'm not, that I don't know.
So was there a formal custody, I guess is what I was asking, on paper?
Not to my knowledge.
I guess where do we go? What's the next step, and what the State of Hills Police Department will be involved with?
We're going to go down to the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office and proceed with obtaining warrants for interference of child custody. Then after that, when he is adjudicated in Cleveland, then he will be extradited back to Jefferson County, where he will face charges here.
Is that a felony?
Yes.
Will he be facing any federal charges?
At this point, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Talk about that process of having someone extradited. How long can that take, and what has to be done in order to get the ball rolling?
I'm not exactly sure how the extradition process works. We don't deal with that here. The county DA's office does all that. But my understanding is he'll face court up there, and once his charges up there are done with, then he will be extradited back here, brought back here to stand trial for the charge here.
I'm assuming at the time in 2002, do we know where exactly he lives here in this area?
I'm not sure of that yet. We're still looking into all that to find out where he was.
Now, the mother still lives in the Birmingham area. Do you know if she
Yes.
has any other children?
I don't. I just spoke to her briefly Monday, talked to her yesterday, and a spokesperson gave me the information that I provided to you for contact with them.
What was your reaction when all this unfolded?
I mean, to me, it was a crazy thing. I mean, I've never. Everything we do normally revolves around negativity, and it was just great for me to be able to tell a mother that, hey, all this time, I don't know what you've been thinking, but all this time he has been alive and he is doing well, and it's a good thing to be able to step out of the negativity and walk into something that's positive.
said it was Monday morning when you went and spoke with her?
It was Monday afternoon.
Did you just show up on a doorstep? Did you have a call ahead of time?
No, I was in contact with her to follow up on some things that we needed to find out to positively identify him, and then we went and met with her personally.
What was it like when you first told her that?
I mean, she was like, really? But yeah, she was excited. But like I said, real, apprehensive, which I would be too. When you haven't seen your child for 13 years, and you don't know, you haven't heard anything. It's kind of different feeling, I would imagine.
Did you get the impression she had kind of given up?
No, she had not given up, but it was, she hadn't heard anything in a while, my understanding. So it was just kind of a shock to her to all of a sudden on a Monday afternoon be told that, hey, he's found.
In all your years of service, have you ever come across a case like this?
No, ma'am, not at all.
One question I have, in 2002 when this investigation was going on, was there somebody that's been on this case?
Yes, there's been an investigator assigned to it, and they follow up on every lead that comes in. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, they send leads out all the time. We get tips all the time. At least once a quarter, we get something from them, to follow up with the case. And yeah, the case has been active, and we have the case file, and we're going through it right now, going back and putting all the pieces together from 2002.
Did Bobby Hernandez, did he have a family connection in Cleveland?
I don't know. I don't know.
This is Custard, you guys, and take a look.
Is there any way we can get a copy of that missing persons report that was filed in 2002?
I'll have to go. It was a handwritten. It's not in the computer. I'll have to go pull it, and then we'll have to go from there and about getting it.
I'm good.
Thank you.
You good? Did you get one of these?
I did. Thank you.
Okay. All right. But yeah, the guy, the person said if you'll just email them, they are going to send out a statement through that email. So if you'll send them your email, then they will respond to it with the statement that they're going to prepare.
And listen, guys, I know a lot of you tried to contact me last night.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference. I did find this photo of the child himself, Julian Hernandez, now 18 years old. There's a photo from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you because it shows what he would look like today with an age progression. This comes from the National Center for Missing Children and Missing and Exploited Children. So there is Julian at the very young age, and this is him with an age progression 16 years later. It's pretty crazy. Alright guys, it is 9:54. Not sure if I'm doing a morning show tease. My guess is I'm not. I haven't been told otherwise though, so stand by. Let's do a quick weather check. Today is freezing, by the way. If you're home and you haven't left the building and you are here local in Arizona, I suggest keeping a jacket on you. It is chilly. I heard today is the coldest day in Arizona since March. That's very cold. Here's a look at what it looks like outside. Even though it is a little chilly, it doesn't look too bad when you're looking at the tower cam, does it? Not too bad, not too bad. Plus, here is a look at our 10-day forecast. Hi guys, look who I have.
Hello, everyone.
Ron Hoon.
Hi.
It's pretty exciting.
It is very
We're
exciting.
sitting very close to each other because you guys know that I have that earpiece in from the show. And you guys saw the cord yesterday, or 2 days ago.
Correct.
It's like this.
Okay.
We were just told that we have to talk very, very fast. I like that we're matching again today.
I do too, and especially with this blue backdrop all around us. There's blue everywhere. It's almost like Truly now. 20. You hear that? We'll take
20 seconds.
Truly, my blue is like this light blue, and your blue is like that dark blue. It's kind of crazy.
We're matching the
We
set
are.
very well. We didn't plan this, guys.
No.
But I like it. The other day when we were wearing gray together, the same kind of gray.
You know,
it looked very
I
good.
wasn't. None of those pictures were good enough for I thought to post. So
I
did.
appreciate you screening them.
All right, so here we are on Fox News Now. You get to it by going to our website, which is Fox10 Phoenix, and we're going to be streaming some of the big local stories. You see them right over my shoulder here.
Yep. I cannot believe that a baby goat has been stolen from the Arizona State Fair.
I
I've
know.
been sad about this story all morning.
I
We
know.
went live to Anita earlier.
Right.
And it is just so sad to think that something like that happened.
Plus, is Bernie Sanders changing his tune about Hillary Clinton's emails, guys? Join us at 10.
Is he changing his tune? What is he saying?
He is.
I didn't see that trending. But I did learn about Ben Carson's rap song.
I didn't learn about that.
And there's also another political, George Bush putting the other George Bush's staff on blast. Cabinet on blast. Did you hear about this?
No.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
This one's big. This one we have
Good.
the package on.
Oh, good.
George Sr. putting George Jr.'s, like putting Cheney on blast and all these people, like calling them out.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, hi everybody in the chat room. And yeah, Rachel, I saw, and I think I just responded to your tweet. We're trying to come up with a more of a weather-oriented name for our weatherman, Corey McCloskey.
Oh.
So I had come up with Cloudy McCloskey.
Pretty clever.
I thought so too. He doesn't seem to like it very
That's
much.
pretty clever.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to switch to this camera.
Okay.
Hi, Ron.
Hi. You know, most of the time in the business, you don't get to call those kind of shots.
I know.
It's
I
up
get
to a
do it
director,
all.
a floor director, camera operators, and a technical director. Got to go through a lot of people.
D just rockin' saying, thanks, SK. What a sad story. Now the boy will not have a father for a long time, but will finally get to know his mother. The story out of Ohio and Alabama, the kid that was missing for 13 years.
Yeah.
It is so crazy. I was just showing them
Isn't
the
it?
age. Did you see the age progression photo?
No.
I mean,
Oh, well, the before and after, but.
Well,
okay, yeah.
There he is. I still can't believe this story had such a happy ending, though. So often when you hear about missing children, you oftentimes kind of assume the worst.
I know.
And to know that he was found completely unharmed.
It's so cool.
So cool.
And have you been talking about it? Does everybody know what you're talking about on
Yeah,
that story?
I just gave them the update right before you came over.
Okie doke, good.
So that was the most recent story I gave viewers an update on.
Figure out what's going on with this. All these
There
wires
is
back
a lot
here.
of news. I was just mentioning to you how George Sr. is putting the
Yeah.
George 41.
Wow,
Bush 41
man.
is putting Bush 43's cabinet on blast.
He is laying it on the line. I think years of frustration are coming out now that it's becoming pretty obvious that his other son is not going to be president. We do need to talk about this new Fox News poll this morning that is, to me, the biggest headline is where is Jeb?
Right.
In this poll. It's really unbelievable. You would think that by the time, for the kind of money he has and the connections he has and the name recognition that he has, you would think when he hit 8%, that would have been rock bottom.
And that's his peak.
That the 8% was the
recently.
glory days,
Yeah.
correct? Because he's at
He used to
4.
be at like 13%, remember?
Yes, and this is the second poll in a row because Quinnipiac had it 2 days ago. So it appears to be being confirmed. He's at 4%. 4%.
Those are like Carly Fiorina numbers, right?
It would be like if Hillary Clinton ran and thought, oh, I know everybody's going to be so happy that I'm running, and she was greeted with 4%.
Well, didn't Mitt Romney not run because of Jeb Bush?
There was more to it, I think. I
Okay.
think there was a couple of other things going on there. One of which was he was criticized by almost every other person who was either running or going to be running because they knew that he was a powerhouse from within the Republican Party. And he's obviously wealthy and has a lot of money he could spend on it. And I think the backlash that he got surprised him, number one. And I think that behind the scenes he's part of the, I don't know this for sure, but it seems like he is supportive of the new generation of Republicans, and he can't exactly run and say to Jeb Bush, it's time for a new generation to step forward in party politics. Because when he said, I'm not going to run, he said it is time for a new generation. Some people thought that was a little bit of a...
Rubio?
Well, at like a Rubio, or Paul Ryan at the time was out there. And of course, Paul Ryan was... Did you notice, for example, that Mitt Romney and his wife were there in Washington the day that Paul Ryan took the speakership?
Did you know that we just aired Paul Ryan's first press briefing as Speaker of the House just in the last half hour?
Dang
You
it.
didn't even know that.
We
just had that.
I really wish I would have been here for that.
You can always rewind.
Let's do
on
it.
News
Can we
Now.
rewind ourselves?
Oh, you want to
No,
see it
that
all?
probably wouldn't work, would it?
Yeah, I don't know if
What
we
was the gist of it? What was your overall sense of it?
Well, he said that things are going to be run differently around here.
Yes, he does. And he says he's going to be more... He's going to set up the rules differently so that the party who's out of power doesn't feel like they're being kicked to the curb.
And he talked about being able to get along with both parties. He was asked whether he had met with President Obama, said that they've spoken a few times, but Obama's out of the country right now.
Mm-hmm.
So those are some of the things I remember offhand from that press briefing.
Mm-hmm.
Can I show you this story, though? It's from
Yes.
Brett Baer.
Yes.
You
Yes,
love
I do
Brett
want...
Baer.
I do love Brett, sure. All these Fox guys are... they're great. They're absolutely
And
great.
so the name of this story is Bush 41 speaks on Cheney and Rumsfeld.
Yeah.
Let's watch. I think it's his book that puts them on blast, actually.
Yeah.
W. Bush, the 41st president, breaks his silence on his son's war team of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and Vice President Dick Cheney.
He likes Cheney, respects him, but he clearly believed and wanted the historical record to reflect that he had objections to how Cheney had conducted his vice presidency.
John Meacham is a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian and author of Destiny and Power, the American Odyssey of George Herbert Walker Bush. For the book, Meacham was granted unprecedented access to the Bush family and their archives.
President Bush 41 believed that Cheney embodied an image of the 43 administration that was in some ways counterproductive around the world.
The elder Bush believes that Cheney acted too independently of his son and advocated too hawkish a line after the attacks of September 11, 2001. Meacham says George H.W. Bush believes that Cheney was pushed toward a harder line by his conservative wife and daughter.
Well, I think Bush 41 suggested that perhaps Liz Cheney and Lynn Cheney had an influence on Vice President Cheney.
We smile about it. We laugh about it. Same with my daughter, with Liz. But my family was not conspiring to somehow turn me into a tougher, more hard-nosed individual. I got there all by myself.
Cheney is reading Meacham's book, in which the 41st president calls the vice president iron ass. Cheney sees the comment as more compliment than criticism.
I took it as a mark of pride. The attack on 9/11 was worse than Pearl Harbor in terms of the number of people killed and the amount of damage done. So that, I think a lot of people believed then and still believe to this day that I was aggressive in defending, in carrying out what I thought were the right policies.
Meacham also writes in the book that, quote, Bush 41 believed Cheney and his hard-charging staff had fueled a global impression of American inflexibility.
I've had much worse said about me than anything he ever thought. And I don't spend a lot of time worrying about what he meant by those diary entries. I fully admit that after 9/11, I saw my role as being as tough and aggressive as needed to be to carry out the president's policy, 43's policy, to make sure we didn't get hit again.
Nevertheless, Cheney says he likes the book.
The diary's fascinating because you can see how he felt at various key moments of his life. So I'm enjoying the book. I recommend it to my friends, and proud to be a part of it.
The elder Bush reserves his harshest criticism for Donald Rumsfeld, of whom he's quoted as saying, "I don't like what he did, and I think it hurt the president, George W. Bush. Having his iron-ass view of everything, there's a lack of humility, a lack of seeing what the other guy thinks. He's more kick-ass and take names." Secretary Rumsfeld declined comment. One revelation that came too late for Meacham's book, President Bush had said in his diary that he didn't think the country would accept gay marriage.
He wrote me a note in September saying that while he still believed in traditional marriage, he thought that people had a right to be happy without discrimination. And he said, I guess you could say I've mellowed.
In Washington, Brett Baer, Fox News.
Interesting. John Meacham, I get kind of excited whenever I've finished a book and I'm getting ready to read the next book. Because I feel like, okay, I'm opening myself up to a whole new world of learning something. And I was looking at a John Meacham book just this weekend on Thomas Jefferson, which, some of what I'm reading had said that it was maybe the best single-volume book ever written on Thomas Jefferson. This guy's a historian, and to actually now be able to write about a living president and be able to interview him and be able to have access to the archives takes it to a whole new level. So I'm sure he is reveling in the fact that he was able to tell this leader's story while he was still alive.
He's 91, by the way, guys.
I'll probably still buy the
91
Thomas
years old.
Jefferson book first because it looks fantastic. But anyway, John Meacham he's right up there. He's not as well known, I think, as David McCullough, who wrote the John Adams book and some of the others, but he's high caliber, and that's a cool thing. Now, I actually don't think that Dick Cheney would even think of it as a diss that Bush 41 called him, quote, an iron ass. Because basically he said, yeah.
No, I think he said that about Rumsfeld.
But he also said it about Cheney, yeah. And so, but he was a little more critical of Rumsfeld because he said, I don't like what he did. He never really said that about Cheney. And Cheney sort of embraces it. I think he hopefully, feels as though he should be portrayed as, you could put it in a lot of other different ways, than say, quote, iron ass. But, that's what he was. That really is what he was, and that was basically what his reputation was. And the fact that he uses the word iron makes it sound like sort of, a man who's steely resolve, So I don't think it was much of a diss, but it's getting a lot of headlines, and if you're going to come out with a new book, you got to make some headlines, or people won't be talking.
Well, Bush 41, just that phrase alone was trending on Twitter this morning.
Is that right?
Yeah, Bush 41 was trending. I was like, oh no, is he dead? And then I clicked, and it wasn't. Yeah, because that's what happens when things trend on Twitter. If it's a person's name and they're older, you assume that they died. And if it's a college or university, you assume it's a shooting on campus now, sadly.
I know.
Sadly.
Although it is interesting that over in California, did you notice yesterday? Now, I'm not real up to speed, but I've been talking to other people who say they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country in California.
It was a stabbing.
And it was a stabbing. And this is actually, the only reason it even entered my thinking was, remember about 6 weeks ago in Sacramento, we had the story of one of the 3 heroes of the terrorist train takedown who was stabbed.
Right, they caught the guy.
Yeah, and they caught the guy. And I thought to myself at the time, I wonder why that was a stabbing, because so often in Phoenix when we report on whether it's an attack or a fight that's out of control or whatever, it's a shooting.
True.
But then, so I asked around a little bit and find out that they have incredibly strict gun laws over there in California. So I think you just can't walk into a store and just buy a gun, or to to a gun show and buy a gun, those kinds of things. It's
But
tougher, it's stricter.
I will say, though, no one's checking when you're driving in from Arizona to California.
Correct, but the law apparently, again, this is me talking to other people who are more knowledgeable, apparently the law says you will be breaking the law if you have a gun, a loaded gun, in your car and you cross state lines from Arizona into California.
Right. You're breaking the law, but what I'm saying is getting access to a gun and buying one if you wanted
We're
one
right
in
next
California.
door.
It's
Correct.
literally right next door. It's not
Right.
that hard to get to Arizona.
Correct. Right.
Especially you don't even need to fly.
Right. But if this guy, and we don't know the details on him.
But this is the suspect in
Correct.
the stabbing.
Correct. And
not the UC Merced stabbing.
Right.
This is the Spencer Stone stabbing.
From 6 weeks ago in Sacramento.
The train hero.
But, unless he had some, long, thought-out plot where he had to drive all the way to Arizona to get a gun or whatever, because they're so hard to come by in California, if he was just, I don't know, was he drunk? Was he angry? Was there a fight? It sounded like it was more of a sort of spur-of-the-moment thing. And if it's a spur-of-the-moment thing, apparently you're not as likely to be armed over there as you are over here. So it ended in a stabbing, and in a stabbing, the guy had a chance to survive it. Matter of fact, he was on that dancing show on the other network a couple of nights ago.
No, he was?
Yes.
But his friend...
His friend is a dancer.
Right.
And so they did a reuniting of his friend, the dancer, and the other two guys, including the guy that was stabbed.
Right. Interesting.
It was. I thought it was actually a really cool moment. I don't watch that show, but there's some others in my family that do.
You're not going to endorse another network
I would
show.
not.
Is that what you're doing
well,
here?
especially on Monday night when there's Monday Night Football, I'm not going to watch the dancing show. But the kids were over watching it the next night on Tuesday, and I thought, well, that's really cool that they reunited these three heroes.
Right.
So what's happening now?
We're getting live feed from New Hampshire where Carly Fiorina is registering in New Hampshire, I think, filing for the New Hampshire ballot.
Mm-hmm.
So these are live images coming in. Let's go ahead and listen. There's not any sound coming in from here. Let me see if I can get...
They got to get that photog up closer to her so we can hear what she's saying, right?
I'm going to work on getting it.
I think I saw a headline that Rubio just also signed up this morning, or it
he
could
did.
have been yesterday.
He did this morning.
Yeah.
There we go. We're getting some background audio now.
Oh, there she is right there.
But Carly Fiorina. There she is.
Is that Senator Kelly Ayotte? Now that would be major.
Yesterday, Donald Trump
Is the woman who's directly behind Carly Fiorina, is that Senator? If it's not, it sure looks a little bit like her. No, I don't think it is. Here she comes. Now she's stepping right up to the microphone. See if she speaks.
She's definitely going to have to talk to someone. They're cheering Carly. Carly.
Well, yes. Thank you so much. Or many hours, I guess. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I'm fast. Wow. I know. You're so fast. I know the place. How are you? Pleasure. Thank you so much. Oh, sweetheart. Love you being here. I think we're all in this behind you. And here she is, the lady of the hat. How are you? I'm good. You? Old friends. Old friends. All right. Anyway. Oh, the official pin. Can you get on the other side? No?
So, you we're doing it on the desk. The person who sponsored the legislation in 1914 just kicked in the family. So, it's the first time we become traditional. And the ballot box that he put in the first presidential primary ballot, the town's still using this box, so they'll be using it in this winter. Because he came from the town of Richmond. And you don't mind if I do a state first time in all across the government. So these were distributed to every single town in the state. Then, and in many of the towns, they're still using the same 123 years later. So that's the difference.
So the launch doesn't look real secure, does it?
Well,
we need a
they got
set.
a little, and there was a machine that had it. So some of them have, but this is the actual one. And so this is the declaration. You need to sign right here.
Okay.
Sign your name. That's how it would be.
Okay. So do you want it that way or this way?
Either whatever you feel.
All right. It's official.
So just a little more. So the filing fee, we have that, and
Of course, there's a filing fee.
but this is something that over the last few decades, when presidential candidates have filed, we've asked them either their campaign slogan or responding different. So if what you would like to, you could use that, so you get 2 pens.
Okay, there you go. And anywhere?
Anywhere you here.
How about right here?
Yep.
Is that good?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
What'd you write, Madam President?
I said, let's take our government back.
Yay!
Woo!
Good girl.
All right. There
So
you go.
that's the official part.
Yeah.
And we can go back, unless you're welcome to say things, and then we'll go back here. Where the
Okay.
press is.
So are we doing the media veil here?
No.
No. Okay. So, all right. So we're going in the back room for the media veil. Thank you all for turning out.
Oh,
But
thank
most
you.
especially, thank you guys for turning out.
Yes. God bless. It's been a God bless. Oh,
Long way and a long way to go.
I know.
Long way to go.
We'll get there.
Just remember, we started out 16 out of 16.
Yes. Good girl.
Thank you, Bill.
Give it to Bill. Sorry, excuse me, I need to call a card. I'm going to put over here.
Sorry, excuse me, I gotta go. I got a meeting with the DOT.
Take care. Oh, I will.
Boy, they cut that cord fast, don't they?
Yeah.
It's over and boom. They're
didn't even
disconnecting
warn
the
us.
cables and heading off to lunch. I mean, these crews have got to eat too.
That's true.
Yeah.
What time is it over there? It is noon. It's
12:18.
12:20, yeah.
Sure. So that would be, let's see, so in New Hampshire, I believe the state capital is Concord. Does that sound right? So it's
Is
just
it?
a little old town.
Is that the state capital?
I don't know. Do you want
Is
to
it
guess? Should we have
Manchester?
another? No, Manchester is the suburb of Boston. It's the larger
It is
city.
Concord.
There you
Oh,
are.
man. In 5th grade, though, I had all of the capitals
You were
memorized.
50 for 50?
Yeah.
SK.
Everyone who was 50 for 50 on the test got to attend a pizza party. In 5th grade.
Did you feel the pressure when you were like 47, 48, 49?
No, I was really smart as a kid.
Really? So I'm not even going to bite on that one.
I mean, when it came to standardized testing,
Really? You nailed that.
multiplication tables
You
and
knew
things
how to
like
play
that.
the system and get the smart
pizza.
scores. Yeah.
it was
Good
really
for
about
you.
the pizza.
Yeah. Well,
But
whatever it takes.
nowadays, I don't know all of the state capitals.
Isn't it weird that who are the enemies of standardized testing now?
The Republicans.
And the Democrat,
Everyone?
President Obama.
Everyone
Remember?
hates standardized tests.
I thought it was so interesting that here's this lady that gets elected as the new school superintendent. Her name is Diane Douglas, and she runs on a platform of, I'm going to get rid of these standardized tests. Oh, here's Carly.
16 out of 16. And now we're somewhere between 4 and 6. That's a good place to be. We're going to continue to work hard every single day in New Hampshire. And I'll just remind you, we're all obsessed with the polls, but, we just finished up an election in Kentucky, and the polls were off by 17 points a day before the election. So I tend to understand where we are by looking at people and understanding what they're asking me and what they're telling me.
Ma'am, the Republican field has found some common ground for sure when it comes to their disdain for the media of late. This isn't a defensive question, but where are we getting it wrong? Where is the media in general getting this wrong?
Well, first of all, I really appreciate that you would ask that question. I think there are two things that I would say. One, there's no question that conservatives are subjected to a different kind of questioning than liberals are. I think all you have to do is watch TV more than an hour and you see that. The standards are different for conservatives, and I think conservatives are tired of it. And I think that's what you saw at the CNBC debate when the audience booed. I mean, never mind what the candidates thought, the audience booed. I think the other thing is, honestly, it's not always true, but the disconnect that I feel between the questions I get asked, particularly by the national media, and the questions that voters ask me, it is a gulf. It's a gulf. The national media tends to ask questions about the horse race or the headlines, and voters tend to ask questions about their lives. What's going on in their life? And what are your ideas for making their lives better? That's a big disconnect.
Carly? As a CEO of a company, how do you connect with the voters in their lives? I mean, you CEO of a company, you're up top, you're not down at the bottom.
But I started at the bottom. I started as a secretary and have seen organizations from every point of view. I remember very well wondering if I was going to have any money at all left in my checking account at the end of the week. And like every American, I've also had hard times. Yes, I've been very blessed and very fortunate. But I've battled cancer. I've buried a child. I've had my share of heartache and disappointment. So I actually don't think voters judge you by your pocketbook. I think they judge you by your heart and your character. And it's one of the reasons that I appreciate the people of New Hampshire so much, because the people of New Hampshire didn't really focus much on the pundits or the polls or how much money you had in your campaign. They showed up to listen and to ask questions and to have a conversation. And that's why I'm so grateful that so many of them have joined up with the campaign.
Carly, at the risk of asking a question that is in the headlines, if you were president right now and you got information that there was intelligence that ISIS, or at least an ISIS-affiliated group, was behind the downing of the Russian plane, what would you do?
Well, I think David Cameron did a very responsible thing. David Cameron basically suspended flights in and out of that part of Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh, until more can be learned. I think that's wise. I was alarmed when ISIS took credit for it, but I also thought it could have been an opportunistic move on ISIS' part. When David Cameron steps out and says, we have evidence that perhaps this was a bomb that took this plane down, then obviously we need to take this far more seriously. I think it points out that the strategy of this administration to defeat ISIS isn't working. And it's one of the reasons that I have said all along that the first thing that I would do, in addition to changing the Iranian deal and reassuring the state of Israel, would be to gather our allies who are on the ground fighting ISIS as we speak, and we have many of them, giving them the support they've asked us for, which this administration has not, and helping them build a coalition to defeat this evil. They have to be defeated. They're not being defeated, and our administration is in the backseat while Vladimir Putin claims to be fighting ISIS, but what he's in reality doing is bolstering Iran, bolstering his own position in the region, and bolstering Bashar al-Assad, none of which is in our interests.
All right, we've got to head to the Barley House.
One more question. I did an internet search this morning as I was walking over here. And all the stories were about you and whether you were going to do The View, whether The View was going to have you on, your facial expressions. Are you getting a little tired? Is there a double standard? Because we don't hear these kind of stories about Hillary Clinton, but they seem to be bubbling up about you.
Well.
Why do you feel that's happening?
Well, maybe there is a double standard. Wouldn't that be shocking? I look forward to going on The View tomorrow. It'll be my second time. Look, conservative women are subject to a different standard. I think that's just demonstrably true. And, my candidacy has been called offensive to women. Really? Women are half the nation.
So it's pretty predictable, actually, that women's points of view would be diverse as men's points of view. But it's disappointing. It's disappointing when, just because I'm a conservative, I'm told too often by people in the media or commentators that I'm somehow anti-woman. That is a ridiculous charge. But nevertheless, I look forward to going on The View tomorrow, and I hope we can have a civil conversation about our differences, because I happen to think the policies of this administration are demonstrably harming women as well as others in America. And so I look forward to having that conversation with them.
Ms. Marina, you talked a little bit about the disconnect with the media. Can you talk a little bit about whether the media is treating you fairly or sexistly, and your rivals, if they are?
Yeah. I'm not going to talk about the specifics of it. I would just say this. Voters, let me just give you an example of what I mean about the disconnect. The media asked me about my treatment or others' treatment. The media asked me about other candidates. Voters never asked me about any one of those things. Voters always ask me about what's going on in their lives. Maybe they ask me about my life so that they can understand me better. I think all politics is personal. I think people make personal decisions based upon what's going on in their lives. And there's a lot going on in Americans' lives right now that is disquieting to them. It's why I'm running for president. It's why I'm so grateful for the support I'm receiving here in New Hampshire. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Golly, my name's Steve Comley, and I'm from Massachusetts, and I also am in the nursing home profession. I had a resident in my home that was paralyzed, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission.
Why don't we do this in here, since this is a New Hampshire office and a New Hampshire filing day. Come on in.
All right, thank you. Jane, this is
No, I'm not.
Carly not sure where that conversation was leading and didn't want to just diss the guy, so she said, let's go talk about it over here. She's smart enough to know, hey, I'm still on camera.
Right, and then of course Fox cuts away and dips to black. They've been cutting away very quickly.
Yeah. They want to clear room for the next, political mover and shaker.
That's true. That's true. We know Marco Rubio was there this morning. Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, was there yesterday.
Uh-huh.
I could actually get the clip of Rubio. I thought I downloaded it, but apparently I didn't. But I can get it in just a second.
Before I go, I just have to mention this one other political headline, because we teased it at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock.
Bernie Sanders.
Is Bernie changing his tune on Hillary? Now, I haven't read it yet, but I had heard some chatter this morning that he had given an interview, I believe in the Wall Street Journal, where he said that while because his poll numbers have done nothing but drop since that last debate. I mean, he's really seeing, even in New Hampshire, people are now looking at Hillary Clinton as electable, and he's now losing to her in New Hampshire.
All because he said enough of the damn emails or something like that. So now he's saying, hey, how about those emails?
So they asked him about that, and he said, well, I'm sick and tired of them. I'm not saying it's not important that we look at this issue. So it's a politician's way of saying, I'm not going to say I was wrong in what I said earlier, but while I'm personally sick and tired of them, we'd better be paying close attention.
They're talking about it right now on Fox News National.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting timing.
Well, here's what happens. I don't know. I don't know if they monitor us or what, but we start talking about something. How often does this happen? You and I are talking
All
about
the
something.
time.
2 minutes later, we look up, and the national boys are talking about it. No, seriously.
We're their source.
I believe so.
I think so, too.
I mean, we're online, we're everywhere. As far
Just
as I know,
because
they
they're
could be watching us in other countries. Malaysia, Russia,
Right.
Canada.
They could be watching on
all
our
of their-
website, not on
yeah.
YouTube. Therefore, they can chime in the chat
They're
room.
like,
and
check
so-
out what SK and Hooner are
Yeah.
jabbering about now.
I think so.
But anyway, so he's had to recalibrate twice now in the 2 weeks since the debate. The first was where he came out with these ads where he said, the announcer, it's a radio ad, says, Bernie Sanders will be an honest leader. The implication being, if you vote for the other lady, she's not such an honest person, and she scores so bad on the honesty part of the polls. So there's that. There's him not running a negative ad because he said he wasn't going to do that, but implying through that word that I'm honest and maybe not everybody else is, number one. Number two...
Strategic.
Yes. Number two is if his political advisors are telling him, look, these emails were the one thing that were really hurting her, and you just handed the issue, just took it off the table for her, you're going to have to at least acknowledge that it's still important.
Right.
So now he's having
Interesting.
to tread the fine line.
Right.
Yeah. So, very interesting. I do
Very
think, too.
interesting indeed.
Now, what about this woman who's speaking?
Nancy Pelosi. She speaks every Thursday.
Oh, does she?
She does.
So this isn't
Do we
gonna
want
be
to
anything
listen to
major.
what she has to say?
Well, I don't know. I mean, since Paul Ryan spoke, I wonder if she's going to get up there and say, you know what? We're not going to agree on this. Well,
Let's
maybe
listen.
she will. What's the
Cures
tone?
that it may be worth the money. We cannot stand for what is happening right now. We don't paint all of our companies with the same brush, but we do have to investigate those. We have to engage the practice that some are engaged in. It's a very big issue across the country. I know some of you do travel across the country, and it's a big issue in many homes and in many doctors' offices, and it's a very huge issue in hospitals across the country because they have to bear the cost. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I saw that the NDAA passed today.
Yeah.
Includes provisions to block President Obama from transferring detainees from Gitmo. Do you have a reaction to that? And also, are you disappointed that President Obama hasn't succeeded in closing Gitmo entirely?
I'm sorry that this is in the bill. The president has signed this bill before with a signing statement that relates to Gitmo. But I'm not disappointed in anything in terms of the president. I'm disappointed that the Republicans have prevented the president from closing Guantanamo, which he said he was going to do, which he set out to do, and which he had a plan to do. And he does have a plan to do now. As you know, there was a facility built to be built in Illinois where people welcomed the economic development that it would bring, but the Republicans prevented that from happening. So my disappointment is that the Republicans, they should know that Guantanamo should have been closed a long time ago. They should not have prevented it. That's where my disappointment is. Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. Democrats faced a pretty tough night on a Tuesday, but particularly the San Francisco sheriff's race, where Vicki Hennessy ended up beating Sheriff Ross Mirkarimi. I believe she ended up picking up 52,000 votes out of 83,000 ballots that were cast. That particular race kind of focused in on the sanctuary city situation, since Sheriff Mirkarimi, he was a big, staunch supporter of that. What does that really tell you about what San Francisco voters really want in that city?
Well, let me disagree with you. I don't think it was such a great. There was a loss in Kentucky. There were Democrats picked up 4 seats in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, in neighboring Pennsylvania. They swept the election for the Supreme Court, preventing some, shall we say, not so friendly to people initiatives there. We have a long list of 2 pages. If you want to talk politics, I should have brought that because we can go state by state where there were some victories. The loss in Kentucky was a sad one for governor. However, we did win the attorney general seat there, and the secretary of state was reelected there. That you would describe Vicki Hennessy's victory in San Francisco as an indication of a bad night for Democrats, it just... I can't grasp that. Vicki Hennessy, sheriff now to be Hennessy, or acting, she will be the sheriff. It's very popular in our community. We had a race between 2 people. In her statements about this subject, she said she would view these issues about turning over people on a case-by-case basis. She had disagreed, as most of us did, with what the current sheriff did. But I wouldn't, in friendship, think that it was a bad night for Democrats because Vicki Hennessy won in San Francisco. We're all very proud of her. It was a great victory. And her distinction that she made is you look at each case one at a time. And I'm pleased that the Senate has rejected some of the ill-conceived notions that were drifting around there about sanctuary cities.
Madam Leader.
Yes, Chad. So Chad, what are we going to do with you now? The speaker went to your alma mater. So are you going to be a non-biased reporter along with it?
Don Boehner has represented the district where Miami was located.
There you go. So, wow, goodness, oh gosh.
Live down the street from it. Actually. Anyway.
Congratulations to
Amiable. We had a president, Benjamin Harrison, first speaker, and two unsuccessful vice presidents, Whitelaw Reid and Paul Ryan. But my question is about Paul Ryan. How do you think he has done in this first week? I mean, it's right out of the gate here, but how do you think he's done in that first week?
To become Speaker of the House is a very momentous step forward. It's the third highest position in the country: president, vice president, Speaker of the House. And so it's a great undertaking. To do so in medias res, to be tossed in right in the middle of a legislative session, in the middle of negotiations on a budget and the rest, is very challenging. And to then have to make your adjustments from a staffing standpoint and the additional responsibilities that I know the Speaker is proud to assume, it's, I think, really not, the first week is not a time to judge a Speaker. I think that just getting through the week is an accomplishment with all the things that barrage the new Speaker and his time.
Having been in the Speaker's chair yourself, though, not that you would give advice necessarily, but what are the, you were there for that first week, granted you didn't come in the middle of a Congress, but what is kind of a potential pitfall you could see that, if you were talking to speakers at large, what you would say, watch out for this, watch out for that?
Well, when the Speaker asked me for his advice, and I will share that with him and perhaps with you.
And you've not had a conversation.
No, we have not. Not in that. We've had a friendly exchange on the floor, but we have not had that conversation. But I wish him well. It's a very challenging job. And I don't know if you have anything specific about the appropriations process or anything like that, because that's what we're engaged in. As my understanding from his press conference, that he said he was going to have the appropriations bills that have not yet been negotiated by the committees, the subcommittees, to be taken up by the full conference of Republicans. Well, that would be good news to our members, because 100% of our members say they should all be on the Appropriations Committee, and that we should have one committee in the House, and that's it, so that everybody makes those decisions. But the fact is, that's not governing by committee. That's not governing by committee. And so I think that will be challenging, but it's interesting, and it's curious, and I wish him well with it, but out of respect, as an appropriator, as I said, out of respect for the knowledge, the expertise that people have in their focus on their subcommittees, I think that'll be an interesting dynamic to see how his appropriators react to his whole conference weighing in on the bills of his committee and calling it, we're respecting the committee system. Yes, sir.
Leader Pelosi, among the election results this week was the defeat of a non-discrimination ordinance in Houston that would have protected LGBT people. Why do you think that ordinance failed, and do you think that defeat could galvanize support for a federal non-discrimination bill in Congress?
It was sad. I spent time last week in Texas. I was invited by the Bush family to speak at the Points of Light conference there. So I was there for a few days, from the weekend and then into Tuesday, when I spoke at the conference and then the convention, and then at a salute to the 25-year anniversary of it, and with President Bush and Mrs. Bush. It was glorious. So thank you for affording me the opportunity to sing their praises in terms of volunteerism and hope. At the time, obviously I was engaged in some political matters while I was there, meeting with Democrats along the way, and seeing the ads on TV. And that was heartbreaking. It was really heartbreaking because some significant money came in, really mischaracterized what the initiative did. And I think the size of the, not only that it lost, I mean, the other side won, but the size of the defeat was stunning, because I don't think, how many other cities in Texas have non-discrimination? 9 cities of 100,000 or more in Texas have this non-discrimination provision, and now they've defeated in Houston. And what was interesting to me, I talked about the negative ads, but to see the ads with veterans in them saying that they supported it, the Hero, it was called Hero, because of what it meant to veterans, was so beautiful. And the kind of nasty ads, you know what they were. It's disappointing. But it is, we just have to think of it as a bump in the road. And, of course, we have our equality bill that we have introduced in July, introduced by David Cicilline, but with bicameral support. In the Senate and the House, we announced it, and that would be an attempt to end discrimination in expanding the Civil Rights Act to include LGBT equality in there as well. It's inevitable. It will happen. Maybe inconceivable to some. It's inevitable to us. We have to shorten the distance, as I always say, between the inevitable and the inconceivable, and we will prevail. But it was disappointing.
Do you think that defeat could galvanize movement on that bill during this Congress?
I would hope so. We'll see. And we have a new speaker and the rest. I would hope so. But I think that I don't want anybody's hopes to be held too high when we see some of the actions taken by Congress. But this is when we had the majority, we passed a hate crimes bill that was fully inclusive, including transgenders. At the time, I think they told me, if you take transgender out, you can pass this bill in a minute. And I said, if we take transgender out, we're not passing it in 100 million years, because we're not doing that. We're just not doing that. And so we thought we got past that a little bit. And of course, then we went on to Don't Ask, Don't Tell, repeal, and then the courts did the marriage equality piece. So we're making great progress, and the momentum was on the side of ending discrimination. And this, I hope we just consider an episode and not a trend. And we'll keep working very hard and build public support. The only way Congress acts is if there's public support, and that's what we will continue to do. Yes, sir.
Back to Kentucky, all the polls got it wrong. Mr. Bevin, who ended up winning that race, was viewed as very extreme conservative. Mm-hmm. But I was listening to some political analysts who said that because of the health care law that he actively ran against, you've sort of seen the loss of an entire generation of Democrats in the South. You were speaker on the backs of Blue Dog Democrats. How did Democrats win in the South in 2015, 2016?
Well, let me again not subscribe to your characterization. What happened in Kentucky was, let me give you an example. Mr. Yarmouth's district, when he ran in the off year, when he ran in the presidential year, he had over 200,000 votes. In the non-presidential year, he had, 170,000 votes, something like that, over 150,000 votes. That was 1 year ago. The gubernatorial candidate got 110,000 votes in his district. It was about turnout. And the answer to your question, not only in the South but everywhere, is we have to increase turnout. And if the turnout had been bigger, the election would have been different. But so what? We don't agonize, we organize, and that's what we have to do, whether it's in the South, the Midwest, in suburban areas, in rural areas, and in the West, in the entire country. It's about showing people the connection, as Martin Luther King said, between the ballot, legislation, and their lives. And that just has not been done sufficiently.
President Obama, his team is very talented at that. There's a lot of worry I've read from Democratic groups that mobilization is just not there to the level that it was in 12. What can you guys do?
Well, the presidential year is the big year. I mean, it's not there in 12 as it is in 12. Yeah, because the presidential race is the main event. It has everything. It has glamour, it has money, it has power, it has showbiz. It's an attraction. And off years are like the lounge act. So who goes there, right? Unless you're just waiting for the next show. So, no, I'm very optimistic because, as I've said to you before, and you heard us present in a more full way, in fact, on Tuesday, Restoration Tuesday, where Mr. Clyburn and Congresswoman Terry Sewell presented their agenda for passing a Voting Rights Act, having outreach and engagement with voters about the connection of winning elections and winning initiatives to improve their lives. And we just have to do better at it. But in the presidential year is an opportunity time for us. Somebody told me that there was a poll after 2012 of people who didn't vote. And in that poll, President Obama won by 30 points over Mitt Romney. So we have a challenge, and that affects all the good things that we'd like to see happen, including a HEROES Act that was challenged in Houston. Yes, sir. And then I'm going to have to go.
There's an argument to be made, and you may quibble with how well it could be made, that the bipartisan agreement that's sort of hit this place in the last 2 weeks over the debt ceiling, the sequester deal, and now the transportation bill is basically let's kick everything until we see who the next president is. These are basically sham, gimmicky, paid-for bills whose basic thing is to get it off of the agenda until 2017. So what does it say about this the atmosphere here that seems to be the case?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I really don't even know what you're talking about. This was a very substantial decision to lift the caps, to put off sequestration, but it had nothing to do with who the next president is, whoever she may be. Or he. We have wonderful candidates across the board on our side. And that's one place I would disagree with the distinguished speaker, with all due respect, when he said that any one of the Republican candidates on the stage would be a better president than Hillary Clinton. Come on. But anyway, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Martin O'Malley, I'm so proud of him, from Maryland. We have great candidates. So I didn't see that at all. This was of the moment. We had to keep government open. We wanted to do so in a way, if anything, it wasn't about what comes next. It was about what we have not done, what we were delinquent in doing. And so now we succeeded in lifting the caps, putting off the sequestration, lifting the debt ceiling in 2017. That was remarkable. Stopping the Medicare prescription increase and stopping the cut in disability. No, this was, well, I wanted more. This was a compromise. I wanted more. I wanted the IMF. I had a full agenda, but it being a compromise, I accept the fact that they have the majority. The president has his signature. We have we can uphold the whatever the president does.
The modest scope of these deals, this basic punting, basically mean that the next 14 months will be substantially policy-free?
Well, is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing? Well, I mean, we got policy-free, it'll be argument-free, because we have some, in other words, when it comes to lifting the debt ceiling, we've removed doubt that we're going to default. That's more certainty for our economy. Just the discussion of it in 2011 lowered our credit rating. You remember that? Or some of you were here then? It lowered our credit rating, just the mere discussion of it. And when we finally passed it in 2000, the last time we passed it, 199 Republicans voted no. They did not honor the full faith and credit of the United States. 28 voted yes, including Speaker Boehner. And don't we miss him? I mean, personally, I'm just talking personally. No offense to the new speaker, but personally, what a lovely guy. And that's very interesting characterization. We're optimists. We're positive. This was a good thing. Let's see. It was going to create over 350,000 jobs in next year alone. So whatever it is, it's a good thing for job creation, for increasing paychecks and reducing the deficit, and again, having parity between defense, which we all want to support, and domestic, which we all want to support in a way that honors a firewall that you can't take from one or the other to increase the funding. So it was I thought very positive, very bipartisan, and I was willing to accept what I couldn't get in the bill for what was in it. And that's what I always say to members. You try not to judge bills for what isn't in it, but to respect it for what is in it. And I think it's worthy of respect. That's why 100 Democrats voted for it. Not because they didn't have their problems with one thing or another, but because they have a shared commitment, all of them, to working families in our country, of creating good paying jobs, increasing paychecks, and it all comes back to middle class economics versus trickle down, but we'll save that for another day. Thank you all very much.
What about Kaepernick getting convention?
I agree. Well, in the West Coast, though, it's good for them. How about Airbnb staying alive in San Francisco? Were you supportive of that? Yeah. Well,
then you can't select them except by initiative.
Yeah.
And that's common.
My aunt is a property owner, was very happy about the result. So, and Christine, I'll tell her to say hello.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on Nancy Pelosi's weekly press availability. So we listened to her speak right there. I did notice that she mentioned she missed John Boehner, so that was an interesting quote from her, I thought. I want to give you guys a quick recap of my top 5 before I hand over the desk to Mike Page. Real quick, in case you missed it, a baby goat stolen from the Arizona State Fair. Yes, this baby goat, just 3 weeks old. His name is GusGus. Anital Roman was live at the fair this morning. We did a live shot with her. I'm going to show you that in a minute, but really quick, want to recap the other stories. Fox Lake Cop from G.I. Joe to G.I. Joke. I'm talking about Joe Gliniewicz. We had hailed him a hero a couple months ago when we thought he was killed in the line of duty, but it was revealed yesterday by authorities that instead Gliniewicz had actually committed suicide, and he had staged suicide to look like he died in the line of duty. Those of you watching may be wondering why. Well, apparently Gliniewicz had been committing criminal acts for years, stealing funds from a police program that he oversaw. So pretty crazy, and apparently his whole scheme was about to be revealed. So that is what police are saying there. Moving on, orthorexia isn't an eating disorder. Someone on the internet wrote an article about orthorexia, the obsession with eating healthy and how it's become an eating disorder, especially in a world where all of us are posting on Instagram the food we're eating, and this preoccupation with not just how much food we're eating, but what exactly we're eating, and making sure that it is uber healthy for you. Number 4, the missing kid found safe 13 years later. This story is crazy, and it all was solved kind of because of college applications. So this kid was 5 years old when he was abducted from Alabama. It was always believed that he was abducted by his father, though no one could trace him. His mother did file a missing child report, and he was listed on a national list of missing children. What happened basically is that now he's 18 years old. He's applying for college. For some reason, his social security number isn't working. He goes to a school counselor, and the school counselor realizes that this kid right here is actually a kid who has been missing for a while. She alerted authorities, and that is pretty much how this story came together. And last but not least, Ben Carson releasing a campaign ad rap song to target African American voters. That is what I heard, and that is according to an ABC News report. That is a lot of talking right now. The sad baby goat that was stolen from the Arizona State Fair. I'm just going to show you a quick look at some of Anita's live shot from this morning. That way you guys will be able to see the baby goat's mom. Anita shows us that. And she does an interview with a fair official as well. Let's go ahead and watch.
She has been crying all morning long, actually all night, because just around 5 o'clock last night, somebody stole her baby. Her baby's name is GusGus. He's just a few weeks old, and they were here in this pen, and they are part of a traveling petting zoo that is here with the fair. This is Karen. You direct all the agriculture here. Tell us what happened.
As you said, GusGus was in the pen, and that's our friend Wallaby.
I just saw a little wallaby hopping at me, and I couldn't believe it.
I know. And we noticed that GusGus was gone at about 5:30. He's, like you said, about
Tiny.
3 weeks old, less than 5 pounds. It would have taken nothing to put him in a jacket, a big purse, and walk out with him.
And that's what someone did. At some point, you guys think they reached over and grabbed him.
I know it happened. I'm absolutely positively confident. Unfortunately, we just weren't able to stop them at the gate because GusGus was easily hidden. We're just begging, pleading. If you know anything about GusGus, if you happen to be the one who borrowed him for a little while, just bring him back.
No questions asked. You're asking someone, whoever has him, to drop him off where?
17th Avenue and McDowell entrance. It's our VIP entrance. There's gentlemen that work at that gate. Just drop him off and we'll let you go. No, like I said, no questions, no names, nothing. Just bring him home.
And here's the thing. Emily, who runs the petting zoo, is actually doing other interviews because the story's getting national attention. Oh my gosh, there's a baby. I'm sorry. I have to digress, Mike. Could you please see the baby wallaby underneath this? This is amazing to me. This is what this petting zoo is all about. Mama is actually letting me pet her, and she's letting me pet the baby wallaby, which is absolutely amazing. And that's what you can do here. And that's what these animals are loved, and they're protected, and that's part of the exhibit. That's why people shouldn't take them. And GusGus is not going to survive without Mama.
He's not. He's never had. He needs his nutrients from his mother.
Right.
You can't get them anywhere else. He's got to have them from her. His life depends on returning him.
Yeah.
You know,
he'll get very sick, Emily said, if he drinks the milk you buy anywhere else.
Anywhere else, any kind of pasteurized milk. You just can't get fresh, raw Mama's milk. Even if it came from a goat, it's not his mother.
It's not
and doesn't
his
have
mama.
that nutrient.
And let me, this wallaby is absolutely cracking me up. Mike, if you don't mind walking over here, and Samia, then we'll toss it back to you. These goats, very, very similar to GusGus, but bigger. These goats are probably double the size of what GusGus was. And as you can see, all of these animals, as we mentioned, look at how friendly they are. They come right up to us. They want to be pet. They want to be loved. They're very well taken care of. GusGus was actually born at the last stop. Do you remember where she said he? At Chelsea? Tulsa, at the Tulsa State Fair. And so just a couple of weeks ago, look at these babies, and they just want love, and they just want to be, amongst people, and that's pretty much the point of the exhibit. And so that's why they're asking to please bring GusGus back, no questions asked. And obviously, as you saw, Mom is very distraught. She has been crying all morning long. Samia, back to you.
All right, guys, that was Anital Roman's hit at the fair. We're going to go ahead and watch Josh Earnest now speaking live, the White House press secretary.
Additional measures. We work closely with industry and our international partners to make sure that they are properly and effectively implemented. And I don't have anything new at this point to announce, but once a decision on those steps has been made, it will be announced by the Department of Homeland Security.
When you say that you can't rule anything out, is that kind of just a statement of, we just don't know yet, or does the U.S. have specific intelligence that suggests that it might, in fact, have been an act of terrorism?
Josh, I can't get into the intelligence, but and it is accurate to say that the United States has not made our own determination about the cause of the incident. But based on what we know, and based on, in part at least, on what's been publicly reported, in terms of claims of responsibility, we can't rule anything out, including the possibility of terrorist involvement.
Now that we all have the TPP text to look at and enjoy at our bedside,
yes.
Can you give us an update on the timeline that the White House envisions for a vote on this, and specifically the notion that some Republicans have put forth that that Congress would wait until the lame duck period after the next presidential election to vote on this trade deal?
Well, Josh, we've made clear that it's not necessary to wait that long. That would mean, waiting for almost a year, a day or two short of a year, at least. That would, we don't believe it's necessary to wait that long. However, the shorthand that many people used for the Trade Promotion Authority legislation that Congress passed over the summer in bipartisan fashion was fast-track legislation. But Congress's definition of fast is quite a bit different than I think most people's definition of fast. So we are respectful of the fact that there is a process that needs to play out here. And in fact, this was actually one of the important commitments that the President made in discussing Trade Promotion Authority legislation with Congress, is that the administration would go to great lengths to both produce the text of the agreement that was reached, that's what we did overnight, but also to give the American public ample time to review that text and understand the details of the agreement before the President himself even signs it, let alone before Congress initiates the process that they have devised to consider approving this agreement. So the point is, Josh, we don't believe that we should wait a year before Congress, we don't believe that Congress should wait a year before acting, but we are respectful of the need to give time to Congress and to the American public to consider the details of the agreement before they take action on it. One of the reasons that we acknowledge that is we continue to be confident that the more that people learn about the details of the agreement, the more that people are going to be likely to support this agreement and understand the case that we're making about how important this is to the economic success of the United States and to the middle class in the United States. So, there were included in this document, I don't know how far you've gotten through it based on your bedside reading so far, but there are significant details in here about the 18,000 taxes that would be cut on products that are stamped made in America. These are taxes that are imposed by countries overseas, and these are taxes that are imposed on U.S. goods that are flowing to some of the most economically dynamic regions in the world. So the possibility of eliminating those taxes stands to provide a significant economic benefit to the broader U.S. economy, but also to the American workers that are responsible for making those high-quality goods.
And I wanted to ask you about this kerfuffle that's erupted in Israel over the person that would be your new counterpart and the spokesman for Prime Minister Netanyahu, who made some rather inflammatory comments about the president perhaps being anti-Semitic and about John Kerry, among others. He's apparently apologized, and Netanyahu's office has condemned those remarks as totally unacceptable. Does the White House think that that apology was merited? Is it sufficient? And does the president plan to raise any concerns about that when he meets with Prime Minister Netanyahu next week?
Josh, we've seen the reports about this individual's previous comments about U.S. officials, and I also have seen the reports about his apology. In this case, it's readily apparent that that apology was warranted. But obviously the decisions that Prime Minister Netanyahu has to make about who will serve his government and represent him and his country are decisions that he rightfully will make on his own.
Thanks.
Okay. Julia.
Thanks. Speaker Ryan just said moments ago that he believes that prisoners in Guantanamo should stay in Guantanamo, which flies in the face, obviously, of the president's priorities to close the prison, and comes perhaps right ahead of a plan that you all plan to send over to Congress. What does his obstinance on this signal to the White House in terms of the likelihood of passing such a plan? And are there already considerations underway for a way to bypass Congress and take executive actions to close Guantanamo?
Julia, it is true that the comments expressed by Speaker Ryan do contradict the position and the priorities that President Obama has articulated when it comes to the need to close the prison at Guantanamo Bay. It warrants mentioning, however, that Speaker Ryan's comments also contradict the stated view of people like Senator John McCain and Senator Lindsey Graham and Senator Susan Collins, all of whom have acknowledged the way that the prison at Guantanamo Bay undermines our national interest. I'll also note that the comments of Speaker Ryan contradict the views and priorities established by President George W. Bush. George W. Bush did say, quote, "It should be a goal of the nation to shut down Guantanamo." This was a statement that President Bush articulated in August of 2007. I would note that Speaker Ryan's comments contradict the opinion of 5 former secretaries of state, including Henry Kissinger, James Baker, Warren Christopher, Madeleine Albright, and Colin Powell. These are secretaries of state who served under Presidents Nixon, President Ford, President George H.W. Bush, President Clinton, and of course, President George W. Bush. So the reason I've gone to great lengths to illustrate this is to underscore to you that the view that Speaker Ryan is expressing is in contradiction to some of the brightest foreign policy thinkers in both parties. These are men and women who have had frontline responsibility for the safety and security of the United States and advancing our interests around the globe. And all of them agree with President Obama and disagree with Speaker Ryan about the need to close the prison at Guantanamo Bay. Now, to be fair to Speaker Ryan, there are a number of other members of Congress who have also expressed a view that's similar to his, but it surely is in contradiction to many who have, in the case of Senator McCain, served this country heroically, and in the case of some secretaries of state and former President George H.W. Bush spent a lot of time thinking about, or President George W. Bush, thinking about what steps are necessary to protect the United States and our citizens.
But so, given Speaker Ryan's position, new leadership position within the Republican Party, and the fact that he is against this, or is the White House now recalculating the likelihood of a plan going through, and can you answer the questions about whether executive actions would be considered?
At this point, Julia, we continue to believe that Congress should remove the obstacles that they have imposed that have prevented us from successfully closing the prison at Guantanamo Bay. To keep the prison at Guantanamo Bay open only continues to exacerbate the government spending that could be more effectively used to keep the country safe. Speaker Ryan spends a lot of time talking about the need to shrink government budgets. Closing the prison at Guantanamo Bay makes a whole lot of fiscal sense. The amount of money that is spent per detainee in Guantanamo Bay is far higher than the amount of money that's spent.
All right, everybody, we're going to dip out of the White House briefing and catch you up on some of the latest headlines right here on Fox 10 News Now. How we all doing, everybody? My name's Mike Pace. I'm going to be with you until about 1 o'clock today, and then Samia's going to be back. But I have a full list of news stories that I want to talk to you guys about this afternoon here, including the very, very viral video that is going crazy right now online and social media. It's the McDonald's beatdown at the drive-thru. This video is just shocking to see, and it just sees, as of late, we've had so many fast food fights or incidences. It's just crazy. I don't know what's going on with fast food employees and customers, but man, something's going on. So we'll show you that first off after I get through this list here, and then help find little GusGus. I know Sami has been on this story as well, but we're gonna showcase that story again. It's a little goat that someone stole at the Arizona State Fair. So poor little GusGus. Let's get him back. Whoever did that, please bring back little GusGus, right? And then the Uber passenger. Remember from earlier this week, we had that video of the passenger that just started beating down on the Uber driver. Well, now that passenger has apologized. So I'll read that statement to you. And then, a horrible story out in Maine. There was a tragic shooting that happened earlier this morning where 2 women and a man were shot to death inside a house, and investigators are trying to pick up the pieces and why this happened. So I'll tell you about that story. And then the new Fox News poll, Trump still has a small edge right now. So we'll detail those numbers for you and give you a 2016 presidential update as well, and get you ready for the debate that's coming up next week in Milwaukee for Fox Business. So lots to talk about, but first let's talk about that. What everybody's talking about right now on social media and online is McDonald's drive-thru customer that chokes the worker. You're going to see it right here, right now. Let me bring it to you.
Cases where, who do you believe? A fight in the McDonald's drive-thru has both the store manager and customer calling themselves victims.
But video shot by a witness shows police the person they say is clearly at fault. Fox 9's Leah Bean is live outside that McDonald's in northeast Minneapolis. Leah, this video is really something.
Yes, it is. Now, this happened about 11:30 on Monday night. So the restaurant portion of McDonald's had closed, but the drive-thru was still open. That's a safety precaution, but at least one family we talked to is questioning how safe those drive-thrus truly are.
I was terrified. I thought the video was just brutal.
Through cell phone video shot by a person waiting in line at this McDonald's drive-thru, we see the store manager, 22-year-old Bernard Robinson III, fighting with a customer for more than a minute with his necktie gripped in the man's hand. But there's a lot more that happened before and after anyone hit record. McDonald's wouldn't allow Robinson to talk with us, but his family relays what they've been told. They say the customer got angry when it took too long for the cashier previously working the window to make change for a $100 bill. Plus, some of the cash was dropped on the ground.
The guy just got irate and spit on him, spit in my son's face. And then he went to grab at him, and my son he grabbed my son's tie. And my son trying to grab back on him, and he had to put the quarter-pounders on him to get him off him.
But that customer, 31-year-old Waleed Fesher, says he is the real victim.
He got very angry, started hitting me in my face. I didn't know what happened, really. I got a couple of blows in my face, and I was kind of knocked out.
We see in the video, though, you're holding onto his necktie around his neck.
I tried to hold on his tie just to self-defense, I guess. I really didn't know what I was doing.
But how is that self-defense? You could have walked away. You were outside of the building. He's behind a glass wall.
You could see that his hand was all over my face.
Once the tie is loose, witnesses say round 2 of the fight continued with both men in the parking lot.
He pushed Bernard, and then Bernard pushed him back, and then he ran at Bernard. And Bernard kind of turned like this, and the guy went right down and bam, his head hit off the cement, and he rolled over and he was laying like this.
Police arrived and say Fesher smelled like alcohol and was taken to the hospital for minor injuries. It wasn't until after seeing this video he was cited for 5th-degree assault.
No real question of what transpired when you look at that video.
Now, police say it's clear that customer had been drinking, although his blood alcohol level was not tested. When we asked him during our interview, he said he had nothing to drink and then immediately ended that interview. Live in Northeast Minneapolis, Leah Bino, Fox 9.
Wow, what a crazy, crazy story there. I mean, can you imagine? And that person that was behind them took that video, so that's good that there was some evidence there. But yeah, just a crazy video there, and that was coming from our affiliate in Minnesota, Minneapolis. So wow, that is the top trending video right now on our Fox10 Phoenix.com site, as well as our Fox affiliate sites as well. As you can imagine, a lot of people want to see that video and see just what the heck happened there. So thank you for that report for our affiliate in Minnesota for bringing that to us. We do appreciate it. Okay, some more news to catch you up on. The Fox News poll, GOP new numbers out. Here is the Fox News poll, sorry. I know it's Fox 10 here, but this is the Fox News poll. Here we go. Here are the numbers. Trump has the backing of 26% of Republican primary voters and is closely followed by Carson at 23%. The next tier includes 2 first-term Cuban-American Senators Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio at 11% each. Those four captured the support of 7 in 10 primary voters, 71%. From there, Jeb Bush, Mike Huckabee, John Kasich, and Rand Paul received 4% each here. So, wow, what a new poll, and it's getting tighter and tighter as we getting very close to the new year when 2016, it's going to be a crazy year to start when you get all those primaries going and then the nominations. Wow, it's going to be something. So you guys have the right idea to stay right here on Fox 10 News Now. But you guys know that. You guys are the regulars. We love you for that. And we like that you keep coming back each day to get your news and updates. And Samia, Kinsey, and I really appreciate that. Okay, and then looks like we're going to go to a Jeb Bush event that just popped up on my screen. That's coming from New Hampshire. So once he takes the stage, we will bring that to you. But I want to go to this Uber driver that just issued an apology from his attorney here. So if you don't know the story, here's what happened earlier this week.
But his family relays what they've been told. They say the customer got angry when it took too long for the cashier previously working the window to make change for a $100 bill. Plus, some of the cash was dropped on the ground.
The guy just got irate and spit on him, spit in my son's face. And then he went to grab at him, and my.
And so this was the video that was also trending earlier this week. Boy, another assault. This time an Uber passenger just going crazy on the driver here, hitting him. Well, now he has offered an apology. It says 32-year-old Benjamin Golden's attorney says in a statement that their client is extremely remorseful for hitting the Uber driver Edward Cabin and that it's an isolated incident in his life. Cabin is suing Golden over the attack Friday in Costa Mesa in Orange County. Golden also faces up to a year in jail if convicted of assault and battery charges, and he was fired from his job as a brand manager for Taco Bell earlier this week. This video has more than 2 million views on YouTube. So, wow, another story there. So he has issued apologies saying that it was an isolated incident in his life. And then obviously a big, big mistake as it cost him his job and who knows what else in his life. Looking at a year in jail possibly if convicted. All right, we will now head. So that was the Uber passenger apologizing for attacking this driver. All right, we're going to go now to Jeb Bush live in New Hampshire as he is back on the campaign trail.
Ever since I've met her. I got out of school in 2 years and started working, and I've spent 32 years in business and 8 years as governor of the state of Florida, where I got to apply practical business experience that I learned through trial and error. You all know this. You're working in a business. It's not always one step forward, left, right. It always works out perfectly. I've seen some really interesting machines. I bet they break down once in a while. Oh my God, you got to fix it. You got to transform. You get new customers. You have to retool and use the great skills that you have to be able to provide the highest quality service, or they'll go elsewhere. It's a challenging time for sure, and you have to adapt. And I learned that in business, and I applied that same kind of approach to being governor. And Alan's right. Working together in a collaborative fashion, we cut taxes every year for everybody. We created 1.3 million jobs. I didn't do it. Businesses did it. 1.3 million jobs were created in 8 years. Income grew by 4.4%. That sounds like a statistic. You know what that means? It means that in real income, in the 8th year, there was $1,300 more in families' pockets than the day that I started. Imagine $1,300 a year extra money. What would you do with it? Pay a lot of bills. Maybe save for a rainy day. Maybe provide a little bit of a nest egg for your retirement. Maybe it can be whatever you want, right? That's the point. It's not, the government doesn't tell you how to do this. If we create a society where income rises by lowering costs and being more productive, You decide that. And today, in increments really not even discernible to the naked eye and without a big debate, we're making that harder and harder. In the last 6 years, disposable income for the great middle of our country is down $2,300. So compare a strategy of high growth, where jobs are created, where income grew at a faster rate than government, to what we have now, where government's growing far faster than people's income, and income is declining. Which one do you want? I think I know. And that's what we need to do in this country. We need to create high sustained economic growth, where people's spirits are lifted up again, where everybody benefits. There are 6 million more people living in poverty today than the day that Barack Obama was sworn into office. And there's been declining income each and every year. $2 trillion of tax increases have taken place, but the debt in the federal government has grown by $8 trillion by the time he finishes. We've created more debt in 8 years than all 43 presidents prior. This is a mess, and it requires someone with practical experience, I think, to fix it. And I had a chance to fix a few big complex things, and my state got better because of it. We shared the credit. Leadership is not about being the big personality on the stage. You may have watched some of the debates. You know, it's entertaining when you're the big personality on the stage. But when we elect a president, we're electing someone who needs to fix some real big complex things. How our children are educated was one of my passions as governor, and Florida led the nation in terms of learning gains. We created the first statewide voucher program so parents could pick where their child goes to school, irrespective of whether it was a traditional school or a charter school or a private school. We created the second statewide voucher program, and the third, the largest virtual school. I turned the whole system upside down. It was not comfortable. People got mad at me. I got tire marks on my forehead fighting on behalf of empowering families to make more choices for themselves. We have the second highest workers' comp costs. I know that's an issue for you all. You're focused on safety, right? All sorts of signs. I haven't seen one here, but in the other rooms I saw them, where there's a real focus on safety because these costs are extraordinary if you have bad outcomes in safety. Well, we have the second highest premiums for businesses. And by working with a bunch of people, we cut that by $430 million on an annual basis. All that money went back into businesses to create more jobs and to create higher income. We need to do that as a nation. We have the most convoluted tax code in the world. Our regulatory system is crazy. The new hires in this business are going to be compliance officers, lawyers, accountants, trying to catch up with the mind-numbing rules that exist in Washington, rather than workers that would get higher pay. Because of costs and taxation, we're making it harder for businesses to be in this country. I want to reverse that, and I know how to do it, and I have plans to do it. And it's about rising income for the great middle class of our country and lifting people out of poverty. That's what we need, and we need to do it now. I hope you want a candidate to have big ideas, to be able to persuade people towards those ideas, and I hope you want a president that has a servant's heart, not a president that's all about them. We got a lot of ego in politics. Man, I'm starting to meet, we've got 75 people running for president, and they're all good people, but this is not about us. It's about you. Who do you want to lead the country, to unite our country around common purposes? I don't know about you, but I'm tired of the divide. I'm tired of pushing people down in politics to make someone look better. You can look good by making everybody else look good. If you want to be successful in life, everybody else has to be successful as well. This country does not do well when we abdicate our power and responsibility to a ever-encroaching federal government, and we do not do well when we divide ourselves up in our disparate parts. I look out here and see an extraordinary diverse group of people. Your interests, I'm sure, are different. Your backgrounds are different. You're different in a lot of ways. That is what makes America a very special place. But if we constantly divide ourselves up, we're going to get a really bad result. But if we have a set of shared values, if we have a common purpose, our diversity will allow us to outcompete anybody, anytime, any place, anywhere. And that's what we need to restore. And I believe I have the skills to do it. So if you live in New Hampshire, which most of you probably do, you have a disproportionate say on who's going to be the next president, the kind of president that you want. I humbly ask for you to watch the campaign as it unfolds, and I humbly ask for your support. Thank you all very much. got a microphone. I don't know if we need it, but you can just stand up and let me have it. Or sit down and let me have it. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. There's a mic.
Okay. Congress, which is a majority Republican, just recently turned down a cost of living raise for seniors. And I was wondering how, if you become president, you would address the needs of senior citizens like myself that are living on a fixed income.
So, first of all, the Congress didn't do that. That's the law. I mean, it was passed by, the Social Security Act was passed by Congress, but that's just the way the law worked. When you get below a certain level, the CPI doesn't go up the way it had been before. So, what should we do about Social Security? That's the question. What we need to do is to preserve and protect it for people that have it, and we need to make sure that it exists for people that aren't qualified for it now because of their age. But when we get there, if we do nothing, there'll be 25 to 30% cuts in benefits. That's the law. We have a actuarial deficit, if you will. You take the forward costs of Social Security over the long haul, and you take the forward revenues that are projected to come in. It's a huge deficit. It's in the trillions of dollars. So how to fix it? I've laid out a plan. If you want to get the full loaf of bread, if you will, Jeb2016.com. That's where you can get it. The plan basically says we need to continue for every year. We increase the retirement age by a month. That was started under Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan, and it had created the solvency of the Social Security Fund up till now. Secondly, I think there ought to be a minimum benefit for every Social Security recipient of 125% of the poverty level. There are a lot of people that are significantly below that. Right now, the law effectively is like 80% of the poverty level. You can't live on that, not even close. So raising the benefit for moderate and lower income people to 125% of the poverty level and lowering the income benefits for higher income people. So you average it out, in effect, and raise the cap for the tax that higher income people pay. You do those three things and a few other small things. For example, I'm not going to ask your age, but if you're receiving...
67.
Okay. So under my tax plan, and you're working here?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a perfect candidate for what I'm about to say. Thank you for sharing your age. Under my plan, you would not pay the employee portion of the payroll tax. Right now, you pay 6.15%, I believe. Under my plan, you'd keep that money because you've already effectively paid in for how many years?
40.
Yeah, so you've done your part, right? And this idea would be anybody that continues to work, because some people want to work, some people have to work, saving that 6% going right into your pocket seems like a fair approach to this as well. The final part of any Social Security plan is to recognize that it is supplemental for retirement. It was never designed to be a complete retirement package. I read something 2 weeks ago from Bloomberg News that said that people expect or want to have something like $45,000 or slightly over $40,000 for their annual retirement, and right now they have about $9,000. That's a huge gap. You're not going to overcome that gap by Social Security benefits that are already in deficit. You can protect it for those that have it and keep it and reform it so people will get it, but we also need to enhance private savings. So I had a business that I created a 401k for my 4 other employees. It costs more for that business to be able to set up a 401k than any of the benefits that were gotten. The cost was so extraordinary. I had to hire a lawyer. It's federal. The federal laws now make this so difficult. We ought to allow small businesses to pool together to have lower costs so that people can have 401ks and plan for their future themselves as well. Secondly, a lot of small businesses can't afford 401ks no matter what, but they could make a contribution into an individual's IRA or 401k, and that's prohibited as well. And then finally, I would say the big cost driver for people, for elderly folks, people that are nearing retirement or retired, is health care. And when you're Medicare eligible, as you are, you can no longer have a health savings account. And a health savings account is an extraordinarily important way to deal with the rainy day, the high cost event that, God forbid, you or your spouse or a family member was sick in a way that created huge costs. It allows you a buffer to be able to not have a catastrophe change your life forever. All of those things enhancing savings, I think, is an essential part of getting back to allowing people to age with dignity and age with respect. My personal belief, and this is all based on the fact that I was governor of a state, a really young state. There were no. In Florida, my peeps were, the people that I loved the most were children and elders. And I think we need as a society to respect our elders. And the best way to do it is to change our systems around them so that they can live with dignity and respect. Yeah.
I always wear two hats, so I'm going to have to ask for both of them if you don't mind. My economic development hat, you're aware of the many struggles that businesses have. Can you pick anyone that and your thoughts for addressing one of the many struggles businesses have? And also, my other hat, I have a 12 and 14-year-old, and any big plans for slowing down the cost for college?
So on one big idea that's national, at the state level, we need tort reform, we need regulatory reform, we need job training that's 21st century related, so I'm giving you more than one. There's a lot of things that we could do to bring government services into the 21st century. So we have a skilled workforce where their income grows. I would say getting rid of Obamacare is another, and replacing it with a lower cost, consumer-directed model where we reward health and not just react to illness is part of this as well. There are ways to save money, and every time you save money, it creates the chance for a pay raise. Right now, Obamacare suppresses wages and suppresses job creation because of the cost associated with this, all of the expensive part of the mandated benefits. All of these mandates create extra costs. If I had to pick one thing as president to do, it is to dramatically change our regulatory climate. In this business, you pay an off-the-top tax based on Obamacare. It had nothing to do with Obamacare. It had to do with the medical device industry not kowtowing to the White House. So this business and all the medical device businesses got punished with a off-the-top of revenue tax that is a job killer. That's how Washington seems to exist now. They want to use rules to make it harder for businesses to be successful. Should I be president, I would do a few things. One, I would have a regulatory budget. Every rule should have an economic impact, an analysis of what the costs are so that you can measure the benefits. There are all sorts of reasons why we have rules. They're important. Workforce safety, all sorts of related issues about the workplace itself, or regulations related to the air that we breathe or the water that we drink. All these things are important, but there's a cost to every one of the rules, and the cost should never outweigh the benefits. And in Washington, they don't even start on that path. I would create a regulatory budget that would force the conversation before rules get put into place. Okay, I got the benefit. How much is it going to cost to achieve that benefit? If you start doing that, I promise you that you'd start seeing a lot less complexity in how the rules occur. The FDA has doubled the time in which it takes to get approval for a device or for a biologic or for a drug, and doubled the cost in the last decade of time. That makes it harder for all the products that you're selling to be able to be sold. This directly impacts your income every time it becomes more complex. So challenging all of the agencies to make sure that you're doing the work of the government at a pace that is far faster and doing it at a lower cost. For every rule that is put in, there needs to be a repeal of a rule. And you go about this business this way, and you end up bringing a business-like approach to this, and the cost of regulation, which, by the way, is $15,000 per person. The estimates on regulation at the national level is $1.9 trillion now. That's 10% of our economy. And if you divide that up amongst us all, it's a big number. And it's indirect. It's kind of insidious. you pay a tax, you know you're paying it, right? It comes right out of your pocket. These indirect costs are just as important because they suppress wages and they make it harder for jobs to take place. So as a president, I would put men and women that had subject matter expertise in all of these agencies. They actually had practical experience. They didn't have an ideological agenda, and that you would balance the economic interest with that of the social good. As it relates to higher education, Obamacare, another little gift that keeps on giving, is the student loan program being nationalized. And it's doubled. It's $1.2 trillion. It's the largest debt that the government's now involved in. And students have recourse debt on their backs. Many of them can't even complete the degree because the universities and community colleges aren't focused on their life. You have to kind of reorientate your life to theirs. So it's not a student-centered enterprise at all. And the net result is that people, young people particularly, can't even start out in life. And the way you solve this, I don't think is a Washington solution, but at the state level, you ought to make sure that there's greater performance for schools. In Florida, we give money out, the state money for public schools, based on performance. So if the degree completion goes up, they get more money. If the degree completion is flat or goes down, they get less money. Guess what happens? You get a higher degree completion. If you turn the money into an incentive to do the things that you want, and the principal thing for higher education is a 4-year degree ought to be able to be completed in 4 years or less, not 6 years. We measure it in 6 years rather than 4 years, and it's hard for a student actually to finish a 4-year degree in 4 years because classes aren't available. And so better counseling for students to make sure they don't change their degrees, having universities have skin in the game so that they're incented to lower costs rather than raise costs. And I would add another factor, and I'd love to get you all's views on this. This notion that everybody needs to go get a 4-year degree in a country where if you have skills, you can start work. There's a skills shortage in this country that is extraordinary. I mean, you can get an AS degree in 2 years that allows you to begin work here and immediately start seeing rising income. Information technologists, you don't need a 4-year degree for some of these jobs. And we're so oriented to the 4-year degree being the mantra of success. 3 million jobs are unfilled because we don't have the skilled workforce to fill them. And the net result is, sadly, investment takes place overseas. We got to reverse that. And so education that's more career-oriented, I think, needs to be part of it as well. Who else is good? Yes?
Do you have any plans to do anything about the veterans?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got to take a deep breath because I get quite angry about this. So we ask people to go in harm's way to keep us safe, men and women, a lot more women now than previously. They come home. There's not an unwritten contract. There's a contract to provide meaningful services for them. And the veterans, the 330,000 employees in the Veterans Administration, it's the largest agency outside of the Defense Department. Most of them do good work, but it is a system that is designed for another space and time.
How many of those people are veterans?
Not many. Not many. So here's the deal. I will tell you the one story that gets me so frustrated and angry, but it is the best example of why we need to change this. There's waiting lists, as you know, right? People can't get the first assessment to determine what the level of benefits, health benefits they're going to get, how they're going to access them. And so some smart guy came up with this idea of bonusing employees to get the waiting list down. They forgot to add in the fine print that meant that the veteran was going to get care. And so people were taking off waiting lists, but they didn't get the attention, they didn't get the care, they didn't get the diagnosis, and veterans died in the process, and 3 people got fired. After committee hearings and after the scandal erupted, only 3 people were fired. We need to change the public union power over the Veterans Administration to turn this into a veteran-centered department. So my first proposal would be, if you're a veteran, you should get a card. And a card will allow you to go to a veterans hospital or a veterans clinic to see a veterans doctor, and if you like that, great. But you could also go see your private doctor, or go see a private clinic, or go to a private hospital. It should be your decision, not the decision of the Veterans Administration, number one. Number two, if you're sick in the private sector, typically you can go online and you can get an appointment to see your doctor. It's all digitized. It's not the most complicated thing in the world. In fact, it's not common. It's just commonplace out in the real world. The Veterans Administration, you can't do that. It's all paper-driven. So we need to spend the money to move this to a consumer-directed model where veterans are empowered to make more decisions. Third, they should not be involved in building anything. I don't know if you followed this scandal, but Aurora, Colorado, they're building a veterans hospital, $300 million. That was the plan. Pretty good, nice size hospital. They're now at $1.9 billion. No money to finish it. This is what we do to disrespect people that have served our country with in such a heroic way. Number four, women's health issues need to be a higher priority in the Veterans Administration because we're getting more women leaving the military, and their challenges are unique. Number five, I think that the Veterans Administration should be the place in the world with the greatest capabilities of dealing with post-traumatic stress, which is a significant issue dealing with mental health challenges for veterans. Many of the reason why veterans are homeless and all these things is because we haven't got the proper diagnosis and the best approach to deal with it. Number five, there should be no homeless veterans. All of us should have a duty and obligation to make sure that's the case. I would not want the Veterans Administration to be part of that. They don't have to be. They can support it. But every community in this country, I know, because everywhere I travel, if you talk about veterans, there is a unified purpose in our country to support them. Well, now we got to stop talking about it and doing it. No veteran should be homeless. And communities that get that right will be the ones that will be flourishing communities even, and we're not doing that. So I think we need dramatic change. And I have the skills to do this. Look, I see a problem, and I don't say, my impulse isn't to say, this is horrible, and move on to the next problem, and just say it's bad again. I see a problem, and I feel a duty to try to fix it if I'm responsible for it. Wouldn't you want a president that way? Look, life's full of screw-ups. They happen all the time. And in Washington, they happen with more regularity than other place. But when I was governor, we had screw-ups as well. We had a child welfare system. A child was lost, literally lost, died. It was under my watch. I didn't say the dog ate my homework. I didn't blame somebody else. I didn't say, well, we didn't have enough funding. It was the legislature's fault. I said, oh my God, this is horrible. We're going to change this system. There's going to be consequences for what happened. I accepted responsibility, and I fixed it. And across the board, I think we need public leaders now to not blame others and push people down. We need to start solving some of these problems, and the Veterans Administration should be at the front of the line. Anybody got Gronkowski in your fantasy football? I, for one, am now 8-0. Gronkowski is just kicking. You know what? So I'm turning into a Pats fan little by little just because of this. I went to high school with your coach. He's the greatest coach in NFL history, Bill Belichick. He's such a warm and fuzzy guy, too. I just like his... He's actually at a personal level, he's much nicer than he appears when he does his press conferences. Yes, sir.
What is your take on Deflategate?
Deflategate. You know, I spent to show you how focused I've been on my little mission. I spent the whole time assuming that Deflategate was something different than what it turns out it was. I assumed it meant that both teams had the same. The balls were inflated or deflated the same way, so I figured, well, what the heck? I mean, everybody's playing by the same rules. It turns out it might not have been that way. I don't know if that's the case. All I know is I love sports. It's a great diversion. It's a common bond. I don't really care about Deflategate. It's it's not going to be on my list of things to fret about. I worry about rising income for the middle class. That's what I worry about. We obsess about some really interesting things, that if you think about it, that are like great topics of conversation, and we kind of don't obsess about the things that are like hugely important. The heroin epidemic in New Hampshire, declining income for the middle class, 6 million people stuck in poverty. There's some big issues that we need to focus on. Deflategate's just a diversion that kind of keeps us entertained. I'd take Brady any day of the week against any quarterback. How about that? As long as he has Gronkowski. Yes, sir.
We live in a political climate where there's an incredible amount of polarization between the two parties.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes the Republican Party has been sometimes referred to as the party of no.
Yes, sir. I've heard that.
And I'd like to know if you were elected president, what are you going to do to reach across the aisle? And what are you going to do to...
All right, everybody, we're going to dip out as now it's become unwatchable with the video quality that they're giving us. We appreciate everybody watching on FOX10 News Now, part of FOX10Phoenix.com. It is Thursday, and we're going into the afternoon hours almost. We're about 10 minutes to noon. I'm going to update you guys on some more stories here. I know I didn't get through them all because we did go to that Jeb Bush event. All right. I do want to talk about what happened in Maine today. As you can see, this is one of my stories. Maine shooting latest. Really bizarre and sad. I'm going to read it here for you. 2 women and a man were shot to death inside a house in central Maine, and the gunman's body was found outside, police said early this morning. Officials received a number of 911 calls reporting a shooting at a home in Oakland at about 8 p.m. Wednesday night. Department of Public Safety spokesman Steve McCausland said in a statement, he said one of the calls came from one of the women who had been shot and later died. The 3 victims and the gunman shared the home, which was divided into 2 apartments. The victims were found dead in one of the apartments, while the gunman was found in the driveway with a gun next to him, he said. A 4-year-old girl was found unharmed inside the house. The girl has been turned over to relatives, officials say. The 3 victims were identified as Amanda Bragg, 30 years old, Michael Muzol, 29, and Amy Dosprey, 28. The gunman was identified as 42-year-old Herman Duraco. Police said Bragg and Muzol were the parents of the 4-year-old. Investigators are trying to determine a motive. McCausland said detectives will talk to family and friends to try to understand what happened. Wow. So sounds like a... Yeah, Maria, nice to see you as well. Yeah, sounds like a domestic dispute somehow. Just a tragic story. How can you do that when you know that there's a 4-year-old in the house? Unreal. Wow. I'll talk to you also about that Fox News poll. New numbers are out, and here are the numbers. Trump has the backing of 26% of Republican primary voters and is closely followed by Carson at 23%. The next tier includes 2 first-term Cuban-American senators, Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, at 11% each. Those 4 capture the support of 7 in 10 primary voters at 71%. From there, we got Jeb Bush, Michael Huckabee, John Kasich, and Rand Paul that receive a very low 4% each there. So that's the latest on the GOP numbers from our very own Fox News poll. All right, everybody's talking about, where's little GusGus? Arizona State Fair goat. Someone took him, and they took him away from the fair, and we got a little story on there for ya. Let me re-rack it here. The audio was a little off.
And Mama has been fortunately, there are no cameras in this exhibit because they've never, ever in over 30 years seen anything like this. This is Custard. This is Mama. And Mama has been crying all morning long, just like a human mama would when her baby goes missing. She is looking for her baby named GusGus. And I know we have a picture. It's a little white goat. GusGus is just a few weeks old. Photographer Mike Robinson is being attacked by a little donkey back there. Not attacked, but sniffed. This is Emily, and take us through what happened. This place was packed yesterday with people.
It was very busy yesterday with the rain. It does bring people into the building. We keep our zoo fully staffed at all times. That means between 2 and 3 of our petting zoo employees inside the zoo scooping up poop and monitoring what's going on. And then we have somebody on the outside. We're selling feed. We're going over the rules with people, and we're monitoring how many people are going in.
Okay, and so at some point, because GusGus and Custard stayed in this special pen because he is so little.
Correct. When it is as busy as it was yesterday, we do make sure that he's in his pen. We know that he's safe there. He's not going to get, stepped on. We don't allow people to pick them up.
Right.
While we do pick him up, he's very friendly. He has no reason to be alarmed if he does get picked up.
He will not survive more than a couple of days, you said, without mom's milk.
No, he won't. He is not a bottle baby. He is not used to drinking any other sort of milk. Any other sort of milk will actually make him sick without he'd have to be gradually moved over with like mixing her milk and other milk. And she is very distraught. She wants her baby back, and he's part of the family. He's not just, to a lot of people, they come in and they're like, oh, where do you guys get your animals? We actually breed our animals. They're family to us.
Family, yeah. And you guys can hear her a little bit. She has been sitting here calling him. And so she's really upset. You can see. I'm going to introduce you really quickly to Karen. As soon as this happened, you alerted DPS security.
DPS are our security here, as well as our gate people, so that everybody could be on the lookout for somebody carrying a goat out, because obviously that's not acceptable at any time.
But he's so small, you said, as someone could have hidden him anywhere.
Easily put inside a jacket, a large purse. He's tiny. I mean, we're talking about less than 5 pounds.
Wow.
It's the size of a puppy.
Yeah.
And easily smuggled out. Very intentional.
So here's the thing. No questions asked. Please bring him back ASAP.
We don't care who you are. We don't care. 17th Avenue and McDowell entrance. Just bring GusGus home.
Thank you. All right, you guys, 17th Avenue, McDowell, there's a gate there. There's a gentleman at the gate. They're saying just please drop him off so he can be reunited with mom. They do not think he'll survive more than a couple days. And here's the thing. He hasn't been neutered. And so they say that as he grows, he will not be a great pet because he is a wild animal. So whoever took this goat, they are begging for his return. As is mama here, she has been crying throughout the interview. There she goes, you guys. She's very upset, and so animal lovers out there, the petting zoo and as well as the fair is asking for your help.
All right, poor little GusGus. So hopefully, if whoever took that little goat, brings him back today, as he can't last long on his own. So hopefully, little GusGus can come back and be reunited with his mom and pals at the Arizona State Fair. Okay, I'm going to take you back out to Josh Ernest for a little White House briefing update, and I'll be back with more top stories for you.
About making sure we get the word out about the benefits that are available to individuals at healthcare.gov who do not already have health insurance. The other thing that we're encouraging to do, by the way, is even for those people who last year purchased health coverage at healthcare.gov, we're encouraging them to go back to the website and to shop around. That many of those people, I don't think a majority, but I think many of them, will actually find that they may be able to get an even better deal this time around. That they could get a plan that better suits their needs, potentially at a lower cost. So, our message is not just to people who don't have health insurance, but also to those individuals who have already purchased health insurance at the marketplace, to go back to the website, shop around. There may be an even better deal out there waiting for you. Okay? Laura.
Thank you. On Guantanamo, does the president plan to go to Guantanamo at one point?
I'm not aware of any plans for the president to do that.
Okay, another question. You plan to close Guantanamo. What will happen to the 9/11 detainees, known as the high-values detainees, with Khaled Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind, with currently at Camp 7 in Guantanamo?
Mm-hmm.
Do you plan to have them back to the United States? And what will happen to the military commission in charge of the 9/11 trial?
Well, Laura, as you well know, there is a sort of a well-known strategy that we have discussed for reducing the prison population at Guantanamo Bay to zero, consistent with the priority that people like George W. Bush and John McCain and Henry Kissinger have identified. And the strategy is simply this. There is a process that the Obama administration initiated on the president's second full day in office to review the files of everyone who was being detained at the prison at Guantanamo Bay. And based on that review, individuals were essentially put into three categories. The first is approved for transfer. Currently, the prison population at Guantanamo Bay is 112, and right now there are 53 of those detainees that have been approved for transfer. And there is a complicated interagency process for working with other countries to create arrangements where these individuals can be taken to other countries, and their risk to U.S. national security can be effectively mitigated. That's important work, and that's work that is ongoing. And there are 53 people in that category right now. The second category is individuals who have been referred for prosecution. And whether it is through a criminal court proceeding in the United States or a military court, these are individuals who our national security professionals assess could effectively be prosecuted in the criminal justice system or through the military criminal justice system. There's another category of individuals who I think are individuals who cannot be safely transferred and could also not be effectively prosecuted. And these are individuals who fall into the category of the irreducible minimum, and these are individuals that we believe can be safely and securely detained at facilities in the United States. Okay. Well, for the categories that each of the individual inmates is located, I'd refer you to the Department of Defense. They can tell you exactly where those individuals are located right now in terms of the classification categories. The thing that I'll point out is that this review process did not exist until President Obama came into office. And this is part of the strategy that we've laid out for closing the prison that was put in place on the second day that he was here.
He was stolen from the Arizona State Fair. Details about his story still to come and why he must be reunited with his mother.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. First on Fox, a man accused of driving drunk on the I-17 and killing a Phoenix fire dispatcher changes his plea in court.
This morning, Stephen B. Martin pled guilty to second-degree murder charges. Ron Hoon joins us live in studio this afternoon with reaction from the victim's family.
The story
Ron?
really was shocking for the Valley. Stephen Martin charged with second-degree murder, endangerment, drug possession for the fatal accident at the beginning of this year. Today, he pled guilty to the murder and the endangerment charges. Investigators say Martin is responsible for the death of Megan Lang. DPS says Martin got on the I-17, that's the Black Canyon Freeway, going the wrong direction. His blood alcohol 3 times the legal limit. His vehicle slammed into 2 cars, and one of them belonged to 26-year-old Megan Lang. Now, Megan was a Phoenix fire dispatcher. She had just wrapped up her night's work and was driving home to her children when she was killed. She leaves behind a husband as well, and those sons, ages 6 and 2. After today's change of plea, we spoke to her husband.
It's very bittersweet. We're glad that, we have a light at the end of the tunnel now. But it's been almost 11 months, if not it has been. But so it's been a long time, and we're very ready for it to be over.
Lang's uncle said she was the breadwinner for the family while her husband was attending nursing school. The Phoenix Fire Department, by the way, set up a fund to help him and their 2 children, and we wanted to pass that along. If you'd like to donate to the family, you can mail a check to the United Phoenix Firefighters Association. As for Martin, the now admitted killer, he will be sentenced in court next month. I'm Ron Hoon. Sola.
Thank you, Ron. Also in court today, attorneys for NBA stars Markieff and Marcus Morris. The twin brothers are accused of beating up a man who they say sent an inappropriate text message to their mother. The defense filed a special action in this case, and the next hearing will be on January 15th. Both brothers played for the Phoenix Suns at the time, but Marcus was later traded to the Detroit Pistons.
Valley firefighters are working to control that mulch fire burning near I-17 in Jomax. The fire started just before 2:30 yesterday afternoon. Fire officials estimate the size at 1 acre, and they have several units on scene. Fire crews say that for now, they're just going to let the fire burn itself out.
A Fox follow-up as police are still looking for a gunman who shot and killed an assault suspect. Police say Andre Cannon got into an argument with his girlfriend and then began attacking her, hitting her with a hammer. It's believed someone nearby saw what was happening and shot and killed Cannon. Police are still looking for the shooter. If you have any information with this case, you can call police or silent witness 480-WITNESS.
A man suspected in a road rage shooting on the I-17 last week is behind bars. DPS says Eric Caron was arrested yesterday after he was identified by the victim in a photo lineup. Police say he shot at one car twice on the freeway, hitting a truck's front wheel area while he was trying to pass the truck. The truck driver was not hurt.
Well, new at noon, police need your help finding this man, 23-year-old Rudy Loyoza. Police believe he is an investigative lead in a deadly hit and run on 19th Avenue in Camelback from last month. Investigators say a man on the sidewalk was struck and killed when the driver of a white Oldsmobile Cutlass crossed the center line. The driver then took off. Police say that vehicle belongs to Loyoza. If you know anything about his whereabouts, you're asked to contact Phoenix Police or Silent Witness.
We have some clarification on a story we ran throughout the morning this morning. The Arizona Department of Transportation says they are moving forward with construction on the South Mountain Freeway as some legal challenges get worked out behind the scenes. Now, back in August, ADOT began tearing down homes to clear the way for the southern extension of the Loop 202. Construction on the road should begin next summer. ADOT is facing a legal challenge and recently filed for a 3-week extension in the case to collect records. The agency says that will not affect construction plans.
New at noon, Arizona voter registration numbers are up by more than 47,000 since the last report in July. The Secretary of State's office announced that Arizona now has nearly 3.3 million registered voters. They say registration numbers may continue to grow heading into next year's presidential election. The office says 34% of current registered voters in Arizona are Republicans, 28% are Democrats, 36% are independents or have not designated a party preference.
New at noon, a former U.S. Customs and Border Protection officer has pleaded guilty to conspiring to smuggle marijuana into Arizona. Prosecutors say the 37-year-old man named Johnny Acosta pleaded guilty to conspiracy to import more than 2,200 pounds of pot over a 2-year period. He also pleaded guilty to accepting thousands of dollars in bribes to allow drug-loaded vans across the Port of Douglas without inspection. He faces a total of 34 charges.
Well, this next story is definitely one that's been causing a lot of buzz today.
Zookeepers at the Arizona State Fair hoping that the person who stole a baby goat from the petting zoo returns the animal. This is a picture of the kid. His name is GusGus. The zookeepers say that he's just a few weeks old and he needs to be in his mama's care. They also say that the mother has been crying for him and it's not healthy for the pair to be separated. If you see GusGus, we have a number you can call. It's on our website. Click Seen on TV. The State Fair says the goat can also be dropped off, no questions asked, at the VIP entrance to the State Fair. Coming up on Fox 10 News at noon, a prison riot in April in Florence leaves an officer injured and still unable to work. The intense images from the scene.
Plus, Tucson residents want red light cameras out of their city, but the police department says, well, that's not a good idea. Details on this just ahead.
What a difference a day makes. Yesterday we were talking about snow and lots of it. Today, plenty of sunshine out there. We'll see what it means for your weekend in just a few minutes.
All right, Corey, and a Valley-based jeans company is under fire after it neglected thousands of customers' orders.
Well,
all right, everybody, we'll go back to Fox 10 if we can, but we do have breaking news right now. There's a protest going on right now in Berkeley, California. Black Lives Matter walkout. Take a look. All right. Sorry about that, folks. It's not UC Berkeley, but it's Berkeley High School. All right, getting more info here, folks. Welcome to the FOX10 News Now stream. We're watching a students walk out of Berkeley High School in California. This huge student protest unfolded earlier today after one of the school's library computers was changed to display racist messages. That is according to some students there, and that's why they all rallied together to walk out. The school is estimating that there's more than 800 students who are protesting right now as they're marching down the streets here. Looking at different reports here, media reports, it says this isn't the first racist incident at Berkeley High. Last year, a noose was found hanging from a tree at the school, and earlier this year, the school was forced to recall its yearbooks after they included an offensive and racist phrase. All right, everybody. Welcome to the stream. If you're just joining us, this is the FOX10 News Now stream. We're watching live images. As you can see, students walking out at Berkeley High School in California. This is a huge student protest that unfolded a little bit ago after one of the school's library computers was changed to display racist messages. That's according to students there that got together to put this together. It included an image that read KKK forever. That is according to students at the school. Berkeley's Black Student Union released a statement on Wednesday night calling the disturbing images an act of blatant terrorism toward the black students and staff members at Berkeley High. It also said, "We are disgusted by this act of terror and demand it to be investigated as such. The safety of black students has been explicitly threatened, and we as the Black Student Union demand that this is addressed immediately by the Berkeley High Administration and Berkeley Police Department." This was probably all organized through social media, and you can see just how social media does have an impact of gathering people together. So we'll see what happens here with this walkout and see how far they travel from the high school. The school is estimating that there's more than 800 students here at this walkout. I'm not seeing any police activity yet. I'm not seeing them at intersections. You would think that there would be some police cars, though, somewhere in the vicinity to kind of monitor the situation here that we're watching. You're watching this on FOX10 News Now, part of FOX10Phoenix.com. We're watching as students walk out at Berkeley High School in California. This all happening when some students yesterday saw the school's library computers that were changed to display racist messages. Now, that is what students are saying. Obviously, there's going to be an investigation, but more than likely, someone just hacked into the system and displayed that and to really get a rise from these students here, and it worked, but wow. What a scene here that we're seeing in Berkeley High School, California, as students, the school is estimating more than 800 students are taking part of and walking down the middle of the street. Welcome everybody that's watching this live stream here, where we're seeing images from Berkeley High School, California. As obviously you can see there, this is a walkout situation. where on Wednesday night, Berkeley's high school Black Student Union tweeted out a photo of a screen found on one of the school's library computers, and that is the reason why a big group got together to protest this. It says a huge student protest unfolded this afternoon as one of the school's library computers were changed to display racist messages, including an image that read KKK forever. A release on the Berkeley Black Student Union says this is an act of blatant terrorism towards the black students and staff members at Berkeley High. And though that the BSU is disappointed that this happened, we are not surprised. The image we have attached has been already circulated among students on Twitter, and it will no doubt continue to spread. We are disgusted by this act of terror and demand it to be investigated as such. The safety of black students has been explicitly threatened, and we as the Black Student Union demand that this is addressed immediately by the Berkeley High administration and Berkeley Police Department. This is coming from the Black Student Union at Berkeley High School. That was a release that they put out on social media. All right, everybody. We appreciate all the newcomers coming to watch this Fox 10 News Now stream. We're watching a students walk out at the Berkeley High School in California. Now, this all unfolded after yesterday some students saw on the school computer that there was a racist message on the library computer, and that was then tweeted out on social media and caused a stir amongst students. They got together and then walked out. On the library computer, text was changed to display racist messages, including an image that read KKK forever. So that was then put out on social media, and then the rest was history, as you know how fast things can spread on social media. And this is what we're looking at here. Students walking out. The school is estimating about 800 students are taking to the streets. At least they're not vandalizing any property or doing anything like that. It's a civil walkout here that we are watching. As a side note, though, look at those beautiful fall colors on the trees. Just a great image there when you're just looking at the trees, too. Then we're dealing with a student walkout at Berkeley High School. The Black Student Union put out this release earlier. It says this is an act of blatant terrorism towards the black students and staff members at Berkeley High. And though the BSU is disappointed that this happened, we are not surprised. We are disgusted by this act of terror and demand it to be investigated as such. The safety of black students has been explicitly threatened, and we as the Black Student Union demand that this is addressed immediately by the Berkeley High Administration and Berkeley Police Department. In the past, acts of terror committed against the black student body have been ignored, such as the racist statement written into last year's yearbook and the noose that was found on campus. We will not allow this to be trivialized like these other horrific instances. That was coming from a release from the Black Student Union at Berkeley High School. Hey folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're watching live images of students walking out at Berkeley High School as they are protesting right now. And this all comes from yesterday when somebody at the school noticed on one of the school's computers in the library that there was a racist image that read KKK Forever as one of the images, and that was then tweeted out, and many people took to the streets here this afternoon here in Berkeley, as now they are protesting with the Black Student Union at the high school here. From media reports, a spokesman for the Berkeley Unified School District said that about 800 students are protesting right now. He said that the school district was conducting a very strong investigation with the help of local law enforcement agencies to figure out who posted the image on the library's computer. As you can see here, the students are converging at this building. Don't know if it's a city hall or what, but they are converging, going up the steps and staying outside. So we'll see what happens here, as more than 800 students are a part of this protest right now, happening live on Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, you can see students are converging here. Welcome to FOX10 News Now. We're taking these live images as students walked out of Berkeley High School. School is saying more than 800 students took part of this protest here. This all came together because yesterday some students noticed on one of the school's library computers that someone changed the display to this walkout. It appears that they're outside of a city hall building or some kind of government building here, but it looks like our Sky Fox out in California is now leaving. So we'll try to give you more updates and video throughout the day there, but wow, what a day it has been for those students already. All right, now coming back live to you. It's 12:45. How we all doing? My name is Mike Pace. Happy to be here with you. We just saw live images coming out of California of that student walkout. We'll try to get you some more updates throughout the day and afternoon. We're going to be streaming all the way up until 9 p.m. today. I do want to showcase some of the top stories that we are keeping our eye on, including, I'm going to play this video. It's the most viral video that's going on right now. It used to be the Uber driver, right? The Uber passenger that started hitting on the driver. Well, now it is this customer and worker that gets into an altercation at McDonald's. It's a video you're going to want to see. I'm just going to play it out for you right here. All right, this all happening. Crazy though video, right guys? Wow. This happened in northeast Minneapolis as both the store manager and customer got into an argument somehow, and somehow the customer got out of his vehicle and started an altercation with the manager there. So obviously a crazy situation there. We'll update you if there's any developments of that story, but looks like we're going to go back. Now we have new aerials of this protest. All right, if you're new to the stream here, welcome to FOX10 News Now. We just went back to our really big news of the day so far happening out in California as more than 800 students have walked out of the high school at Berkeley High School and now have converged what looks like a city hall building or some kind of government building there, and are now just looks like they are going to be sitting down or standing as they converge here on the steps. This is all happening. from images that were seen yesterday by some students on the school's library computer that displayed, someone changed a display to racist messages, including an image that read KKK forever. The Black Student Union at the school put out a release on social media saying, "We are disgusted by this act of terror and demand it to be investigated as such. The safety of black students has been explicitly threatened, and we as the Black Student Union demand that this is addressed immediately by the Berkeley High Administration and Berkeley Police Department. In the past, acts of terror committed against the black student body has been ignored, such as the racist statement written into last year's yearbook and the noose that was found on campus."
All right, guys, Samia Khan here. If you're just joining us, want to give you some background as to why all of these students at this Berkeley High School are protesting. Basically, there is a mass demonstration underway after a racist message threatening violence against African Americans was discovered at a Berkeley High School library computer. Now, hundreds of students walked out of the class to Berkeley City Hall before marching through the streets of Berkeley to Sproul Plaza. You can see hundreds and hundreds of students out there protesting. Now, the principal sent an email out Wednesday night alerting everyone about this email, this racist message. The principal wrote, "Today in the library at approximately 12:30, a hateful and racist message was discovered on one of the library's computers containing threatening language towards African Americans. The administration is looking into who posted this message, and I urge you, students, staff, and parents and guardians, to please contact the school if you have any information on this matter." And just to recap what we're looking at a walkout. Students at a high school in Berkeley upset over a racist message that was found on the computer in the school's library. Now, this information coming to us from our Fox affiliate in the Bay Area, KTVU. Hundreds of Berkeley high school students gathered outside the school's community theater Thursday morning to protest the discovery of a racist message on one of the library's computers the day before. Berkeley police estimate the crowds to be about 700 plus people. The group then headed to Sproul Tower on the UC Berkeley campus and got there shortly before noon. So it looks like the students right now are on the Berkeley University campus. These are high school students protesting. Now, the message, the hateful and racist message, as it's described, was discovered yesterday around 12:30, so almost 24 hours ago. And according to Berkeley said, the students marched out of class to protest the message that contained threatening language towards African Americans. All right, for those of you just joining us, this walkout is in protest of a racist message that was seen on a computer in the school's library at Berkeley High School. Students protesting, walking throughout the city of Berkeley, now on the campus of the University of California at Berkeley. We've been watching this protest for quite a while, and we'll continue to bring you these live aerials for as long as we get them. Again, Berkeley, California, in Northern California in the East Bay, near Oakland, just east of San Francisco. Again, those of you just joining us, this protest is in response to a racist message found on a school computer at Berkeley High School. Now, large crowds of Berkeley High School students first marched to City Hall before marching on over to the University of California at Berkeley campus. The message itself threatening African Americans, being described as hateful and racist. The school says it's investigating this message and will not stand for hate crimes. The school has not elaborated on the details of the threat, only saying that it is targeted towards black people. The students at the school's Black Student Union, calls it an act of blatant terrorism toward black students and staff at Berkeley High. All right, guys, while we continue to bring you these aerials from the protest in the upper right-hand corner, I'm going to bring you a speech Joe Biden just taking the stage at the National League of Cities event. Going to go ahead and put Biden on the screen now. Give me a second while I go ahead and cue that up. Joe Biden speaking in the upper right-hand corner while we continue to watch the march.
Vice President Joe Biden is a very close friend and ally of America's cities and towns. Many of us in this room today can testify to that. When the Vice President was in the Senate, he was instrumental in creating the COPS and Violence Against Women programs that help us do our jobs and keep our communities safe. Following the Great Recession, the Vice President served as a point of contact for mayors, regularly hosting teleconferences during the implementation of the Recovery Act. The Obama-Biden administration have supported the work we do every day to keep our communities strong. Cities have never had a stronger ally in the White House. In partnership with the White House, the National League of Cities is helping our local leaders promote small business, tackle climate change, eliminate childhood obesity, and promote safe neighborhoods. Joe Biden gets local government, and that's because he's one of us. The Vice President started his distinguished career in public service as a local official. In my personal experience, his warmth and humor always shines through. Mr. Vice President, thank you for your commitment to public service, and thank you for your commitment to America's cities. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow city officials, it is my great privilege to introduce the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so very, very much. It's a delight for me to be here today, and thank you for having me again. I'm always happy when I'm invited back again, so thank you very, very much. Mr. Mayor, you're an incredible guy. You've been an incredible mayor. I want to thank you for your leadership of Salt Lake City and for your leadership of this organization. And I mean that sincerely. Although we have none of that in common, there is one thing we do have in common. You and I share a distinction of both having married way up. Kate and Jill are better looking and smarter, and thank God we have them. You know, and I want to thank a very newly minute mayor, Megan Berry. Megan, I don't know where you are, but thank you for the passport to come into town. I'm looking forward to great, great things with you. It's, you all are elected officials. You understand we get invited to speak at a lot of venues. The ones you like the most are speaking to venues with the people you like the most, who you have the most in common with. I like mayors. I like city officials. And I'm not being solicitous. I mean that sincerely. I used to be my little state of Delaware, and several are here from Delaware. My little state of Delaware will tell you that we have 3 counties. One county has, by the way, there are 5 states smaller than us, so don't get too heady with me here. One state has, like a miniature Illinois, has 62% of the population. I got elected when I was a 27-year-old kid to the county council. It was an organization where the council person in those days had a district that was 7 times bigger than the state rep and 3 times bigger than the state senator. And And I never intended on running for the county council. Too long a boring story to tell you how it happened. I ran being assured I couldn't win. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Anyway, I won. And it turned out to be as difficult a job as I thought it would be. And that's the reason why I ran for the United States Senate 2 years later, because it was too damn hard, and they know where you live. So I just want to say I appreciate all of you. You know, the issues you deal with every single day, and this is not hyperbole, affect the quality of life of the American people almost more than anything that a state or federal government can do. Everything from sanitation and garbage collection, neighborhood safety, quality sidewalks, intersection crossings, roads, streets, stormwater runoff causing sewage overflow, public schools, and some of you, God love you as my mother would say, actually run jails, which I don't envy you for at all. The point is that all the while you're doing these things that people care about the most. By the way, raise your hands if any one of you have jurisdiction over zoning. Raise your hand. Oh, God bless you. If I never attend a zoning hearing again in my life, I will die a happy man. A happy man. As you know, the President has given me a significant amount of responsibility in foreign policy. I deal with war and peace all the time. It's easier than a zoning hearing. It's easier than a zoning hearing. The point I want to make is that you day to day deal with the things that occupy 80% of the concerns of the people you represent. And all the while you're doing that, the rest of America looks to you to generate the economic muscle that grows the United States of America. You are the source of the economic strength of America. And I'm here, I'm not trying to be nice, it's true. I'm here to thank you and to try to put all this in a slightly larger context. 6.5 years ago, our economy was in what I got criticized for saying initially, said Biden was exaggerating. I referred to it in the campaign as the Great Recession. It was the Great Recession because it was the worst recession America has ever endured, short of a depression. The worst downturn since the Great Depression. So when when the President and I entered office, we knew we had to make some very tough and very unpopular decisions to get us back on track. The first was I suggested to the President we work on, and I didn't take a suggestion, he was already there, a Recovery Act. It ended up being over $800 billion that was spent in less than 18 months. As a consequence of that, I was on the phone, as the mayor can tell you, an average of 4 to 5 hours with over 165 mayors in America. All the governors but one in successive, detailed telephone conversations, making sure that the Recovery Act was implemented fairly, efficiently, and without waste. So the other reason I'm here is to say thank you to those of you who made it work. It's the largest spending program in the history of the United States of America in one shot, and it accounted for less than 0.3% of waste, fraud, or abuse. The reason I mention it is not me. It's you. You all know how to get things done. You know how to get things done. But it wasn't just the unpopular Recovery Act. We had to it was like we had the TARP program. Getting the Congress to vote for TARP was like getting them to vote to put rattlesnakes in everyone's home. We were bailing out the very people who caused the Great Recession, because had we not, every pension plan, every investment hard-working people have made would have gone up in smoke. I received a fair amount of criticism because I'm a union auto guy. We rescued the auto industry, being told at the time we could never sell more than 9 million vehicles a year. We lead the world once again and saved over 1 million jobs and generated over 600,000 new jobs. And then we had to convince the Congress to vote for Dodd-Frank, so to turn Wall Street from a casino back into what it was in the past and intended to be, a great allocator of capital, and the Affordable Care Act. So, folks, as a result, it's not a surprise we were incredibly unpopular. But the reason I mention these things is most of you stuck with us through that time, and it turned out to be right. Because of you and the grit of the American people, we've gone, as I said, from crisis to recovery to being on the cusp of resurgence. 13,200,000 private sector jobs, over 67 straight months of job growth. My prediction is there'll be close to 200,000 new jobs announced tomorrow. We're down to close to 5% unemployment from 10%. We have, in the process, cut the deficit by roughly 3/4 since we've come to office. And we're hearing about a word you'd never thought you'd hear. I never thought we'd hear 6 or 8 years ago. Insourcing instead of outsourcing. Your children are going to be raised with the ring of the word insourcing in their ears, not like the generation before of outsourcing. Businesses are coming back home. A.T. Kearney, which some of you may have employed as management firms, a worldwide organization, does a survey every year for the past 19 years, if my memory serves me correctly, and they asked the 300 largest industrialists in the world, where is the best place in the world to invest your money? This year, by a margin larger than any time the survey's been taken, in every single sector from IT to service, they said the United States of America. Secondly, there's an outfit called the Boston Consulting Group. They survey every American business invested in China. And they ask the same question every year. What are your plans for next year? This last survey, 54% said they plan on coming home. Now, here's the reason I tell you this. That's not because of Barack Obama and Joe Biden. They're coming home because of our system. We have and will have the remainder of this century the cheapest energy in the world. North America is the epicenter of energy and will remain so. Not a joke. Will remain so through the remainder of this century. It will not be the Arabian Peninsula. It's here. It costs 3 to 5 times cheaper. Natural gas is 3 to 5 times cheaper in the United States and 2 to 4 times cheaper in the United States than it is in Asia or Europe. That's why people are coming home to build factories here. We have the finest research universities in the world. None compare. We have the most agile venture capitalist system in the world. And we have a rule of law that protects intellectual property and a court system that fairly adjudicates contractual differences. That's why people are coming home. But to guarantee we take advantage of this resurgence and recreate real middle-class jobs, jobs people can live on. And let me explain what I mean by middle class. I have some very well-known economists who work for me. First time I used the phrase middle class, they said, well, that's $51,200 or $52,300. It's not a number. Middle class is a value system. It's about being able to own your own home and not just rent. It's about being in a position where you can send your kid to the local park and know they'll come home safely. It's about being able to send them to a local public school where if they do well, they can get to college, and if they get in, you can figure out how to pay to have them there. And it's about being able to take care of mom after dad passes away and hope your children never have to take care of you. That's what's built this country. That's why the wealthy got very wealthy, and that's why the poor have a way up. But to make this recovery a resurgence, permanent and meaningful, we have to do two things more. That's a lot more work to do. The first thing we have to do, and no one understands it better than you local officials, is we have to have the best educated and best trained workforce in the world. And the second thing we have to do, we have to have the most modern infrastructure in the world. Now, last year, at the previous State of the Union, the President asked me to lead an effort to identify what the jobs of the future will be and how we can provide for the opportunity for people willing to work to get those jobs so we can remain the most powerful economy in the world. And if they identify what is needed, so they can assure themselves that they have the ability to afford the training for the education that is needed to avail themselves of the jobs. It took me over 6 months engaging the entire cabinet. I traveled all across the country, meeting with hundreds of CEOs of the largest companies in the world, small businessmen and women, union leaders, workers, educators, and students. As a consequence of it, I filed a comprehensive study that contained over 50 actions we need to take so that those looking for work can find where the work is, identify the job, identify the skills that are needed to fill that job, and identify where they can go to get those skills to be able to have that job and afford to get them. We already knew that 12 years of education in the 21st century was not enough to continue to lead the world. For the next decade, every study shows, not just the one I did, 6 out of 10 jobs in the next 10 years require something beyond a high school diploma, from a 15-week certificate to a 2-year college degree to a 4-year degree to a PhD. For example, you see this in your own communities. We need 100,000 advanced manufacturing workers right now who don't need a degree, but who still need training of some kind. We need 1.3 million IT workers at the lowest level making $50,000 a year with just a 2-year degree. We need over 600,000 registered nurses, some of whom need associate's degrees or bachelor's degrees, making between $65,000 and $75,000 a year. To help folks get these skills and these jobs, we need to scale up what we know works. Everything from apprenticeships to partnerships between business and educators. We also learned that training and education range, as I said, between needing a certificate to a PhD. So we began by focusing on those jobs that exist today in America, going unfilled, that required less than a 4-year degree. I traveled from Rochester, New York, to these community colleges, to Des Moines, Iowa, to Renton, Washington, Miami, Florida, Manchester, New Hampshire, to see the collaboration going on between businesses and community colleges producing the work needed. We're up in northern Michigan. An outfit was building a solar factory. They had 1,000 jobs. But guess what? There were no workers who knew anything about photovoltaic technology. So we worked out a deal where they could bring into the community college the machinery from the floor. We got the company to map out the training needed, and in 16 weeks set up a conveyor belt from that community college to the factory. And by the way, I strongly encourage all of you who have not already engaged your business community and community colleges, if you haven't, look at them. There's great potential. My wife has a saying, she's a community college professor. She said the single best kept secret in the United States of America are community colleges. They can be of immense value to you, to your cities and your town. But after making this tour, we invested $8 billion in grants to community colleges to help provide this training, including $2 billion in competitive grants called TAC grants, and many of you have applied for and gotten, to link local industries with community colleges to shape the workforce training programs. But in the process, we also learned one thing more. In order to remain the leader in the 21st century, as I said, 12 years of public education is not enough. It's what enabled us to lead the world in the 19th century because no other country had total full 12 years of free public education. But we know it's not enough. So earlier this year, the President and I, along with my wife Jill, traveled to, I always mispronounce it, Philosophy Community College outside of Knoxville, to announce our plan to make 2 years community college free for students who earn it, who qualify, and for community colleges who up their game by allowing their credits, getting their credits to be qualified to be able to transfer to the four-year university in that state. We made a basic value judgment. We think the American people.
All right, guys, I'm going to cut into Joe Biden. We have some breaking news here. I know some of you guys were talking about it in the chat room. I know we've been talking about it throughout the morning. The missing 3-week-old goat, GusGus, the baby goat that was believed to be stolen from the Arizona State Fair, has been found. We don't have any additional information right now, but we just got word in the newsroom that GusGus has been found. I'm going to go ahead and pull up his photo for you guys because I know we've been talking about it all morning. Many of you guys very worried about the fate of GusGus. Let me just pull this up for you guys. This is GusGus right here. The baby goat that was missing, GusGus, has now been found. All right, guys, we're going to give you guys more information. We're going to work to get you guys that info, but we're going live now to Merced, where authorities are giving us an update on yesterday's stabbing at the university.
In addition to providing a case update from Sheriff Warnke regarding new case development and case leads. In addition, you'll have the opportunity to hear from Chief Vasquez, who is the chief for University of California, Merced, and you'll also be able to hear from Chancellor Leland an overall safety message that she's going to formally issue to the world regarding this event. And then at the conclusion of the press conference, you'll have the ability to ask some pertinent questions regarding the case in general. Please know that the investigation is rapidly progressing. However, it's still in its infancy stages. And so as much information we know, there's much information we currently don't know, and there's some we will not know. And that will be reiterated by the executive team that's up here. Chancellor.
Thank you, everyone. If you were at the press conference yesterday, you know that I stated that our effort was to be accurate and to deal with facts. And so I want to give you a statement, and then these good gentlemen to my right will provide you with the details about the facts as we know them at this point in time. We are in the preliminary stages of our inquiry, but based on the evidence gathered so far, which include the crime scene and the suspect's campus dormitory room, we have no reason to believe that this was in any way related to terrorism. At this point, it would be irresponsible to draw such conclusions based solely on the ethnicity of the suspect. At this point in time, the preliminary evidence suggests that freshman computer science and engineering student Faisal Muhammad of Santa Clara appeared to have been motivated by personal animosities, not a political agenda. It is not, in fact, if it was not for the prompt action of a contract employee or students, and then by campus police, we have reason to believe we would have faced, our students would have faced far greater injury. Based on eyewitness accounts, students in the classroom played pivotal roles not only in alerting police and thwarting further attacks, but also in providing first aid to the initial victims. And while classes are canceled for today, the campus reopened at noon so that faculty and staff could return for critical business. The campus also resumed dining operations and opened its recreation center for the benefit of our on-campus students. And full operations will resume on Friday. Meanwhile, we have brought in resources from across the University of California to provide counseling to our students, faculty, and staff, and indeed many of our young alumni who still reside in the area and who've been touched deeply by this tragedy. No one in our campus community has been untouched by this event, but we are a close-knit campus, and we're helping each other through this difficult time. I've been touched by the outpouring of support from across the nation, but in particular, the Merced community. Thank you. But I also want to call out our students. They're remarkable. They always have been, and this whole situation has reinforced this for me in multiple ways. They have rallied together. They are helping each other, and have even organized a vigil for tomorrow night to reclaim the Scholars Lane Bridge that is such an important symbol to our community. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to, who's next? Okay, to our wonderful sheriff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for being so patient with the turn of today's events. I'm going to give you a briefing on what we have learned so far during our investigation pertaining to the criminal act of this one individual. I'm going to first explain to you that I have been given permission by one of the lead agents from the FBI that during the course of their investigation they have found nothing in this person's history, personal belongings, electronic devices, or any other items to suggest anything other than this was the act of an individual for a vendetta or whatever pertaining to what happened yesterday. There is nothing to indicate there's any political or religious motivation pertaining to what he did yesterday. Having said that, after the events yesterday, I'm sure that most of you are aware that the Merced City Police Department Bomb Squad, along with the Fresno County Sheriff's Department Bomb Squad, were called to the scene because of what items we found in the subject's backpack. The bomb squad rendered the backpack, I guess, neutralized, and items found in it would suggest to us that this person had far greater intentions to do harm, and because of the actions of everybody involved yesterday, that did not occur. In the backpack were zip-tied handcuffs, 2 clear bags holding Vaseline, petroleum jelly. Also in there was a night vision scope, a single lens scope, a safety hammer that is a device to use to break windows. I'm trying to remember everything I saw in that. All the items that we have in there, duct tape. We had 2 rolls of duct tape and also small sections of duct tape. Don't know what his intentions were, but I don't think that they were very nice. I think that he had planned on doing some extra stuff, and fortunately it did not occur. We were very fortunate yesterday. We are in the preliminary stages of this investigation. and want to be assured that the Sheriff's Department, along with UC Merced, are doing a joint investigation pertaining to the criminal activity that occurred yesterday during this incident. We are developing leads daily, because this is the first day, and actually up to the minute. I want to reiterate with regard to the presence of the FBI, they did a comprehensive background on our subject and his family and found nothing to indicate that any other actions were there other than his own single criminal behavior at the college campus. Chief?
Thank you, Sheriff. I also want to reiterate what the Sheriff as well as the Chancellor have just mentioned. At this point in time, we are going to continue to work with our federal partners as well as the Sheriff's Department on this joint investigation. And we are also bringing in and have brought in additional staff from the other UC campus police departments. And so they are actually assisting us, and they will be on campus for a minimum of a week. So that way we're able to bring the campus back to a sense of safety and normalcy as quickly as possible. I would like to thank the Sheriff's Office and all of our partners who have stepped up and just assisted us, because it's been a very long last day, and we are going to continue to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm supposed to give a general safety mission, a message. You probably shouldn't trust me. You found that occasionally I can use the wrong words when I'm really, really tired. But this is really my message. This was a horrible act by a single individual that impacted the campus. It's not characteristic of what happens on our campus. Our campus is a wonderful and it's a safe place. And over time, we're going to need to build that confidence back up in our students that UC Merced is a place where they can grow and thrive, because it is. And this incident is not at all characteristic of the climate of our campus. So I want parents to know that we are providing incredible extra support to students. And if any of you reporters are interested in that, I've got my Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs in the back of the room, and he'd be glad to give you details. We're mobilizing that support from around the University of California, so we have the appropriate range of expertise. But the campus is open, and things are running. Students will be back in classes tomorrow, and once again, God bless our community for all your support. Thank you.
In conclusion, we'd like to reiterate again that this investigation is, in fact, still in its infancy stages, and there is some information that we currently don't have available, and as it becomes available, we will keep everyone in the loop regarding it. Please know the overall safety message here today is that we have some of the best trained men and women with the best resources and the best equipment to combat and to prepare for anything like this in the future. Indeed, we will recover from this, and with the cooperative efforts of all the law enforcement agencies working together, we will see a new day for our community. At this time, we do have some time to take some questions. Should you have any, please identify your name, the news company, and your question. I think we saw one first, and the staff is going to come up.
Fox News. Is there any indication, first of all, are you releasing the names of the victims, and is there any indication that the first victim, that male student in the classroom, was specifically targeted?
With regard to specific targets, I don't have any direct firsthand knowledge that there's the potential for that at this point. I am not going to be releasing the names of the victim because of or the victims because of being in a college setting. We would, as my job as coroner, I release all the information I can on our suspect, but I want to respect the privacy rights of the folks that were injured in this and let them heal right now without being bombarded with questions pertaining to what happened. They've gone through a lot right now. Maybe at a later time that'll come up, that during their healing, I understand that you've all got new stuff that you want to take care of, but at this point I am not going to release any victim names or contact locations for that.
The university cannot legally, by FERPA, release the names of the students.
Sheriff Eric Rosales with KMPH.
Yes, sir.
Fox 26. Wanted to find out, I'm sure part of the investigation you spoke with the parents. Did he have any mental issues, anything like that, any background?
We had nothing to indicate that this person was on anybody's radar. We checked through everything that we had our access to. That's why I asked the assistance of the federal government, FBI, and Homeland Security, and there was absolutely nothing that they could find that would indicate that he was doing anything other than being a college student at UC Merced. There was zero radar on this fella.
Sheriff Gavin Rodriguez with CBS 47. He said he found petroleum in the backpack.
Correct.
What kind of damage could that have caused?
Petroleum, I'm going to use the term that the bomb squad used. They said petroleum jelly is a poor man's C4. If you guys know what C4 is, a military-grade explosive. It can also be used in conjunction with a, I'm losing the term on the type of, napalm. Because it being petroleum, it can be lit on fire and thrown. Don't know what the intentions were. We have nothing to indicate that he had anything other than sinister, I'll call, but we don't know what he was going to do with it. But he did have 2 baggies with the items in there, and the potential for other things to happen with that was there. We just don't know what his intentions were.
Was anything found in his room that could indicate a plan or an outline of what a reason or what he intended to do?
There was nothing on the reason behind anything. We did find a handwritten note that listed, I'll call it a laundry list of the items he had on a piece of paper that to stuff in his backpack. Okay, there was nothing other than the handwritten list that I'm being made aware of, and that handwritten list was just literally a laundry list of stuff. And most of the items, there was one item that wasn't found, and it was a pair of scissors. It was listed on his list of stuff to take, and we never did find them.
And one last question, we haven't heard if you have spoken to his roommate or any of his other closest friends at the school, and if so, what kind of information were they able to share, and if they did, what led you guys to contact the FBI?
Because of the potential on any situation like this with any college campus, we have the resources available, and they've been making themselves very available to the local law enforcement because they have access to a lot more information and intel that we can get our hands on as fast as they can. So they were asked to come in on a just in case, and they, at my request, they did the background on our suspect and his family, and they reported back within a matter of a couple of hours to me with regard to the lack of finding anything to be of concern pertaining to the student. Other than his actions, we had no indication anywhere in his history or personal life at this point to say that he was going to do anything like this.
Sheriff Linda Move here with KCRA 3. Wanted to ask you, said this is not religiously motivated or politically motivated. Do we know why the suspect was at that specific building and on that specific floor classroom?
Chief?
We know he was a student in the class. It was his classroom. He was a freshman student, and he was. This incident started in his class.
Do we know what class that was?
Yes, we do. I can't remember. Someone back there?
Charles? Sure, it was a general education course that all of our incoming first year students take.
How far into the class was it?
Just a few minutes.
Go ahead.
Joe Muller, KC24 NBC. Were you guys looking into social media accounts, and were you able to learn anything from those social media accounts, if you did?
Our investigators, along with the FBI, looked into all social media accounts pertaining to this individual, and they were unable to find anything to link him to anything other than what a normal 18-year-old freshman college student was doing. There was nothing out there as far as his accounts go. They dissected his computer, and there was nothing, zero on that. And ladies and gentlemen, be really sure I would share that with you if it was there. There was just nothing there.
Sheriff, this is from Monica Vargas with the Mercury News. Can you share a little bit about this assailant's background? For example, does he have siblings? Where is he from? Can you tell us a little bit about?
I will share his city, his family's city of residence. The assailant, the suspect, was a current resident at UC Merced, and that's where his address is listed for us. He has family in the Santa Clara City area. As far as the background on his family, I'm not going to release that at this time.
Sheriff, you said he was motivated by personal animosity.
I use that term because I have no other reason to say why he did what he did. We have nothing to indicate. Was he angry? We don't know. There's something personal that something got him, and we don't know what it was. I'd love to be able to tell you what it was, but I don't have it.
But does it look like he was specifically targeting students in that classroom that he was a student in?
You know, I don't know if he's specifically targeting that classroom. I can tell you that by what the evidence found in that backpack was that his intentions were to go further than what he did. So whether that was a specific target area, don't know. The actions that happened, we were very fortunate that it didn't go further than that.
Do we know if there was a relationship between him and the first person he stabbed?
I'm not aware of anything.
They were classmates together, and it's not a huge class. So certainly there was a relationship. As you know, we've interviewed everybody that was in that classroom. We've interviewed roommates. Have we yet put all the information together? No. So the fact that we're saying right now that we don't know what the motive is doesn't mean that tomorrow we won't be here reassembled with a clear motive.
Can you tell us about anything that happened in that classroom to cause him to do anything?
Not that we know of yet, other than the altercation. We know that they were in some study groups together, but we don't know yet what would make sense to any of us as a trigger for this event.
So Chancellor, had the class been going on for a certain amount of time?
Just a few minutes.
Just a few minutes?
Yeah, wasn't.
How many students were
Uh,
Yes, 15.
15.
Sheriff, have you had a chance to interview the officers who shot the student, and what have they said about or I don't know, maybe the university police campus, what have they said about the moments that led up to that and their decision to use their firearm?
We are handling the officer-involved shooting portion of this, and until we have a complete conclusion to that investigation, we're not going to release any statements made by the officer. Our agency is conducting that at the request from the chief. So as soon as that is concluded, then that information will be made available to the UC, and it'll be up to them to disseminate that.
So, Sheriff, are you positive at this point, or can you say with positivity that it wasn't a terrorist act?
Yes. I am very comfortable and confident in that statement because of all the information that was shared with me through the FBI. The FBI had provided 20 agents to this. It wasn't just one guy making a phone call. They were very, very thorough in their investigation of this, and I'm very confident, and I talked with the lead investigator this morning, and he is also very confident.
Can you tell us anything that the roommate shared with you while being interviewed?
At this point, because of the ongoing criminal part of this, we're holding that information close to us.
Sheriff Corn Hubbard from ABC 30 Action News. An ISIS-related Twitter account praised Faisal Mohammed. I just wonder if you have any kind of comment towards that or towards ISIS in general.
Well, the comment made by any radical group such as that is just that. It's a comment made by a radical group, and any time that somebody's doing what this individual did here, we're going to get some kind of comment from them. But as far as any link, there's no link that we have at all to this. And as far as them making a comment, yeah, they're going to do something because that's their job. They want to terrorize folks, and they're going to do whatever they can based upon anything, and I mean any piece of information that they can get.
Sheriff Shireen Takarobi, ABC News, could you elaborate on the contractor and his actions, how crucial those were in perhaps preventing further injury?
You know what, Chief? I think I'll let you field that one because right in there.
Thank you, Sheriff. Yes, apparently there was they actually had heard a scuffle already with the students inside of the classroom. And so when they came to open the door, it was basically at that point in time that the suspect actually realized there were more people coming in. And so there was an incident between them, and then the suspect had left. So as the sheriff mentioned yesterday, very heroic actions on the part of the students in the class who were already kind of going at it, and then with the contractor coming in.
Chief Vasquez, you had a similar incident to this when you were at Santa Monica College,
We had an active shooter while I was in Santa Monica on June 7, 2013.
Can you compare the two of them? Anything you learned from that incident that you brought to this?
Well, that the police officers are trained very well. In that incident at Santa Monica College, it was handled in under 4 minutes, start to finish. And this incident and the suspect engaged with the officers in Santa Monica, and the suspect was killed there. Here, it's well under 2 minutes. And again, the suspect engages with the officers and is shot and killed. So it's the training component that I think the sheriffs that I've had the opportunity to work at.
Is it kind of scary, Chief, knowing that this person was on campus and had all these items in his bag, and because of the fast work of the police on campus, that was nullified?
You know, it's always disheartening to see when students are bringing things to campus that are for reasons other than good. And so, again, the quickness which this was resolved makes me feel much better and certainly more confident in the ability of not only our law enforcement officers on campus, but as well as the support that we have received from the incoming agencies.
You know, I think it's, I just want to speak to that because I think it's troubling across the nation, the increase in violence that we've seen in our colleges, our universities, and our schools, and that as a nation we need to figure out how to address it. Why young people who are full of promise choose these paths rather than others. So I feel very strongly about that.
Chief GusGus, are you identifying the officers that were involved in the shooting, and can you tell us how long they've been with the police department?
Yeah, not yet. We're not doing that. We're working with the sheriff's office on that.
So, Sheriff, you're saying that this is not terrorist related.
Correct.
But we have a backpack that clearly shows a lot of planning.
A lot of planning.
And yet you're ruling out this one particular motive.
I'm only ruling it out only because I can't substantiate that there was one. And I would, like I said, if we had a definite substantiated proof, anything that this guy had it, doesn't mean it wasn't. I'm just saying that we have nothing to say that it was, okay? Again, all of our indications indicate, right now, we had an 18-year-old that was mad at somebody or someone or something. Something happened. We don't know. We're getting to the bottom of that, and as we progress, our two agencies are working together as we're speaking tirelessly to try and figure out if we can come up with a motive.
Sheriff, have friends and associates been able to say if this anger had been building? Had he shown any signs?
There was no indication prior to his doing this that anybody shared with us at this point. If somebody does come forward, I'll be surprised. But if they do, we'll share it with you. We're not going to hide it. Wait a second, Corin. Yes, sir.
Was there any video in the classroom, or did anybody else in the classroom take any video that you're using to help with the investigation?
We don't have videos in the classroom. So,
Fair to call him a lone wolf?
I can just tell you that he acted by himself. If you want to make that term, he was by himself during this whole thing. So, don't know what else to call it, but he was by himself.
At this time, this will conclude the press conference. We know that there's a lot of lingering questions, and at a later time, something will be convened in written form, or we will convene another press conference to clue you in about any additional information. We will be sending out a formal press release regarding this that is already prepared, and so many of you guys don't have information in our database, and so if you wish, please leave your card on the podium, and the press release will be sent out in the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference. Going to throw up the lower third that says breaking news because this is huge news. You guys are looking at an image of GusGus, the baby goat. It's the goat we've been talking about throughout the morning. Someone had stolen baby GusGus, a 3-week-old goat, from the petting zoo portion of the Arizona State Fair. Everyone was looking for him, and we just learned in the last half hour that GusGus has been found. He is going to be reunited with his mother very soon. His mother was very worried about her little child. She was seen crying at the fair. And many of you guys at home probably want to know, how did we find GusGus? Well, this is what we know so far. GusGus was found. Let me just make sure I get the intersection right. GusGus was found near a canal. I want to say it was 51st. Let's get this right. I don't want to mislead you guys. There it is. GusGus found near Peoria and 51st Avenue near a canal. So basically someone left GusGus there all by himself. 51st Avenue and Peoria. Someone driving by, I guess, saw GusGus, picked him up, took him to PetSmart. That's when PetSmart called authorities, called the Arizona State Fair, and this is how GusGus was found. The Arizona State Fair and Great America Petting Zoo is thanking everyone for their help in returning the goat, saying, quote, "We are very grateful for the rapid response of the media and Arizonans in getting the word out today about baby GusGus. It's wonderful to be a part of the community that comes together to rescue a helpless animal and returns it to his mama." This is really exciting news. One of the things that a fair representative was saying earlier is that if the baby goat was not reunited with his mother soon, it could die because it needed its mother's milk. He was only a few weeks old, and this is very happy news indeed. So that's baby GusGus. It's very exciting news. The big breaking news of the afternoon, and I'm happy. I'm happy that baby GusGus was found. All right, moving on. We have Steve Kraft. Steve, you are coming at the happiest point of the show because I just announced to the viewers once again that baby GusGus, the goat, he's been found.
GusGus, the goat.
I'm actually really happy because I was afraid that GusGus would never be reunited with his
Reminds me of
mother.
that Goat Boy sketch on SNL. Remember the guy who talked like a goat sometimes?
Look at how cute he is.
Aww. You ever gone to pet the goats at a petting zoo with like little kids?
Oh, I'm going to go to the fair this weekend just to meet GusGus. He's famous now.
Any little child's birthday party when they go to the zoo, there's like a little area where you can pet the little baby goats.
Uh-huh.
They are cute. They'll kind of nip at you.
Yeah. This is
I don't think you'd really want to... adult goats are just not as fetching as a little cute little baby.
Yeah, if they could stay babies forever.
No, they're cute.
Even humans, though, if they could stay babies forever.
But just, sometimes you have to separate the sheep from the goats. Who made that up anyway? And what does it mean?
I don't know.
Where does it come from?
I'm going to Google
Maybe it's
it.
some biblical thing and I'm just out of touch. I don't know. Our loyal tribe of Fox News Now folks will know. Yeah, it's from the Bible. See, I knew it.
Huh.
There you go. I knew it intuitively.
There you go.
The more you know.
Maybe it was divine intervention that returned GusGus to his
And now the
mother.
goats have been reunited with the goat has been reunited with his fellow goats. Anyway, that's great. That is our top story.
It was. It's the biggest news to come out of Arizona today. Everyone's talking about it.
Oh, it obviously is.
Everyone is talking about it. It is crazy. So,
God.
I know that you've been blogging and vlogging, but we haven't been able to talk about it in recent days.
I have been
at all.
vlogging. You have to say that like a vampire.
You have a really good vampire accent.
I love to vlog.
I'm going to pull up your vlog right now.
Yes, I did a vlog.
Oh, you changed your cover photo.
You like it?
Yeah.
That was from
The debate.
no, actually, no, that was from the Republican convention in 2012 in Tampa, Florida, in which
We'll show everyone what we're showing.
Mitt Romney was selected as a nominee.
Right here.
I just thought that was such a cool image.
Yeah.
Because in the front, the way it's sort of, we were like in a skybox looking down on this crowd. In the front, you can see all the media lined up with their omnipresent laptops. And then the delegates, I just love the lighting of it.
No, it's a great picture.
Yeah. And I think this one in the foreground might have been from the debate in Cleveland.
This one right here?
Yeah. It's like just a selfie. Yep. Looking typically scruffy. You know, nothing to write home about, right?
Well, let's
But
see.
this picture, though, let's see if you can zoom in on that other picture, because that one was cool. Isn't that cool?
Mm-hmm. All those laptops. Are most of them MacBooks?
It was kind of split. You know, there were a lot of both. At that time, probably today there's more Apples than back in 2012, because it seems like it's hard to avoid Apple when you go out in the world. It's unbelievable. But yeah, I just like how this picture is kind of divided in two, and you can sort of feel the separation almost between the media crowd and the crowd.
Right here and then here.
Yeah, and sometimes the crowd, loves the media, and sometimes they really dislike the media, and it's just sort of. I just thought it was bathed in blue and the glow off the screens. I like that shot. And then the very front here, you can see this is a bunch of. I don't know what that is. Looked like they were lighting up some stuff
right here
to go live or something down there. Yeah, it was cool. I had a lot of cool pictures from that. And that's the stage. Right up there is the stage where right there is where Clint Eastwood did his famous
right here
soliloquy talking to a chair.
But the chair
right
incident
there. I mean,
happened
I was
right
standing during that time. I was standing about like maybe right there.
Oh my god!
I was right next to the guy. I just couldn't believe it.
It's so great.
It was crazy, and it was really kind of funny for the first 5 to 10 minutes.
The chair.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. Like, wow, it's Clint Eastwood. But then after like 15, 20 minutes, I was like, wow, this guy is he's just riffing, and I bet they're a little bit. They were trying so hard to find a celebrity. The Democrats scoop up all the show business people.
Right.
So is there a Republican celebrity out there? And they were looking around, and Clint Eastwood volunteered. So that was
I think
cool.
Rob Lowe is a Republican.
I don't know. He might be. We could do a story
think
about
he is.
which celebrities are in which party.
And he's on Fox.
Oh, okay.
Grindr.
Oh, okay. That's right. He's on Grindr.
Yeah,
He
I'm
absolutely
fairly certain he is a
Why don't you look it up?
I just read his book, but
Oh.
okay.
It's called the Rob Lowe book.
No.
It's called.
Well, I didn't read it, I'll be honest. I got the audio book. I don't actually read the words. I sit in
that's all
traffic
right.
and listen to.
That's cool. Got to do something.
Oh, never mind.
Oops. Never mind.
No, I swear.
Well, maybe he's kind of an independent.
Maybe. Here's a list of Republican celebrities. Okay, first of all, this was written in 2005.
Charles Barkley is not a big Republican. James Belushi, who knew?
According to this list.
Roger Clemens, who cares?
You can't believe everything on the internet. Okay, see, Rob Lowe has been approached by the RNC.
Well, I think he's probably, who knows?
You know what it is? He's very into politics in general.
Oh, okay.
He's very politically.
I think that's kind of good. He seems like a smart guy. I've heard him interviewed a few times.
It's widely believed that he switched parties in 2003 from Democrat to Republican. He campaigned for Arnold Schwarzenegger and has been a staunch defender and ardent supporter, while most of the GOP look at him as a rhino, Republican in name only. Rob Lowe has been approached by the RNC to address Republican events
I think I
regarding
see what's going
renewable
on
energy and climate change.
So he's a Republican who would be completely unacceptable to most other Republicans. He's a California Republican. Therefore,
he's not real.
He's not really a Republican.
All right, let's go to your latest vlog.
I want to know the Republicans who are like celebrities who are Tea Party people.
Celebrities, Tea Party celebrities.
Besides Ted Nugent.
Tea Party.
Tea Party celebrities.
Oh, there are articles about this.
The Motor City Madman, he's one of them. Yeah, that's cool. Famous Tea Party supporters. It's got to be some. Wow.
It's loading.
It's loading rather slowly. Famous Tea Party members. No, don't look at that. Yeah. The fact that we have to try to find these people is kind of indicative of...
We also, by the way, while doing this Google search, get articles from People magazine that say Taylor Swift's celebrity tea party is absolutely precious.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing to do with politics.
You know, I was driving on Interstate 10 yesterday. I saw a big Taylor Swift semi-truck.
Oh, the ones that say Swift?
No.
It was actually a Taylor Swift.
Swift is another company.
I know, but I always think of Taylor when I see the Swift truck.
No connection to Taylor Swift.
Oh.
This was like the
I mean, I
Taylor
knew that,
Swift.
but-
It had her on it, and it was like her going to some concert or something. They were setting up for some concert. I don't know where. If she's on the road, if they were just rolling through.
You should have stopped the truck.
Yeah, I should have. It was going at 70 miles an hour.
All
But
right.
it was amazing. Oh, there we go.
Well,
Here's
Glenn
celebrities.
Beck, that doesn't count.
Well,
he's
all right. Well, try another one.
he's, already in the media, and we knew that.
Who's that
Marcus
dude?
Luttrell,
Is he a celebrity?
soldier, author.
Ted Nugent, right? You got that one. Big game hunter.
Don Corrigan is the reputed twin brother of Billy Corgan.
I doubt that, but anyway, it's a good story. No.
Papa Grizzly.
This is weak. Can't we do better than this?
Neil Cavuto.
Come
They're
on, man.
Literally, Sean Hannity. They're literally just
Come on,
picking
man.
people on Fox News. Newt
Come on.
Gingrich.
This is lame. He's a dude from CNBC.
Okay, well,
No,
and she's another commentator.
She's a...
Okay, these aren't celebrities. These are just people that work in media that cover politics. Hold on.
Can't they find some movie stars who are Tea Party people?
How about this article? Celebs who lean to the right. Melissa Joan Hart,
Now, can't folks see what you're looking at?
commonly known as Clarissa Explains It All / Sabrina the Teenage Witch, supported Mitt Romney in 2012.
There you go. That's...
There's one. Tom Selleck is a registered Republican.
Yes, he's been a Republican for a
and
very long
supported
time.
Romney.
Uh-huh.
Actor
Clint
Clint
Eastwood?
Eastwood. Matt Burke of the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay. Some dude named... Wow.
The actor has alluded to the idea that perhaps he didn't win an Emmy in 2012 because he's a Republican. Which actor? Kelsey Grammer.
Oh.
Jessica Simpson is a registered Republican. She's from Texas.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Nick Lachey, well, they were
Wasn't-
married, so
yeah.
they probably had to agree on stuff. He's from Ohio. So
What-
he's a Kasich kind of Republican, I'm guessing. I don't know.
He's seriously out of step.
Meatloaf.
Hey, how about that? He's from Texas.
Well, then there you go.
Yeah.
Woody
I kn-
Johnson.
Isn't he the owner of the New York Jets?
Owner.
He's a rich guy. He's
Well,
a billionaire.
That's why, too. Hillary Duff.
Also from Texas.
She is from Texas. How did you know this?
My kids were really into whatever show she was on before, what's her name got on it?
Hillary Duff. What?
Yeah,
show-
she was on a show on Disney
On
Channel.
Disney Channel, yeah.
Yeah. Hannah Montana. Before
No,
Hannah
it wasn't
Montana,
Hannah
there was
Mon-
another.
Lizzie McGuire.
That's what it was.
There we go.
Yeah. All these kids shows all are the same to me.
Angie Harmon. Interesting.
So we had Hillary Duff CDs and all that stuff. But you know what? She's one of the few people who turned out not to be a drug addict or weirdo
Right.
as she grew older.
That's true.
So props to her family.
Good
and
job.
To her. She kept it together.
Adam McCurry saying Hollywood celebs can't come out as Tea Party supporters without risking ever getting another role.
Maybe that's it. Maybe there really are a lot of them. You know what? There are not a lot of them. You've been to Hollywood. Come on. There's not many.
Shall we? Shannon Doherty. Okay, let's talk about politics in general. We're done with it. We can get back to celebrities.
Okay. I'm more interested in celebrities, aren't you?
Well, depends on
Let's
who.
ask the viewers.
They want to know.
Viewers, who was that guy you interviewed yesterday?
Yesterday? Oh, that wasn't pictures from yesterday. I was scrolling through my timeline.
Who's
that
that
was
dude
last Thursday.
over here who's a celebrity? That guy.
This
Who's
one?
that?
This is the comedian from last week.
Oh, okay.
Adam Ray.
Oh,
Who I
okay.
went to USC with.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Why not?
But yesterday was Dr. Oz, which is here.
What did you think of him?
She was nice.
Good guy?
Yeah, very
Did he
nice.
address all the controversies swirling around him?
We didn't ask him
Did you
about that.
pin him to the wall and all
No.
those things? That's what I would have done.
Yesterday was National Stress Awareness Day. I was more into trending topics.
I would have definitely asked him about all these questionable products that he's been allegedly linked to.
Your interview style and my interview style is very different.
We want some answers.
Steve Kraft.
Right, well.
Just letting you know.
I mean, how can such a brilliant surgeon like that be messing around with all these?
You know he still practices?
I know. One day a week he's still doing operations on
So
heart
crazy.
operations. Yeah. He's obviously he knows his stuff.
Here's Mike D making an interesting point. Trump is both the celebrity and a Republican.
That's a good point. That's true. I think that's
said,
part
Mike
of his the secret of his success up to this point.
Let's look at your vlog. So you're talking about Marco Rubio now. So everyone's talking about Marco Rubio, it seems now.
You know why? Because he's being pushed on everybody right now by the most influential media outlets. Although we're not pushing a candidate.
That's so true. That's so true.
Isn't it?
He's so boring, and it's just the media that's decided that he's
Yeah.
We have Kinsey Schofield's opinion.
Kinsey is sounding off, and as usual, she's right on.
She's saying that it's the media that's pushing
It's like
Rubio.
they decided this is the model of car that everybody must buy.
And now
Now they're gonna start selling
like
this
the
guy.
Camry or the Honda Accord, like all over the road?
I'd say he's a good solid Accord. But before we play this, I'll tell you why they think this is the
You
guy.
know, Honda Accords are reliable, though.
Reliable and they have mass market appeal. And that's what winning elections is all about. You're not going to buy a Maserati, and you're not going to want to buy a little crummy Yugo. You're going to want something that's solid, that's middle of the road. Or on the right side of the road in this case. Here's why the big wigs, the big money people, the influential media outlets are lining up behind this guy.
Why?
Because Jeb Bush is a stiff. He doesn't turn people on, and he's weighted down by his family name, so he's never going to be the guy. Trump is a wild card and a loose cannon. They'll never be able. And it would be like 4 years of reality TV. He's not going to be the guy, and they don't really trust him as an authentic conservative either.
Because he used to be a Democrat.
Well, because he doesn't seem to have
'Cause he
command of
invited-
facts. He doesn't seem to have command of policy. You know what? There's a debate coming up next week, and for my taste, I want him to talk in some specifics. I don't want him just to hear that China is winning, and,
That's a
and
pretty
we
good
need to build a
China.
wall, and he's going to
America great
negotiate
again.
better trade deals so we don't get ripped off. I want something that tells me, because this is another business-oriented debate, that he really understands the economy and interest rates and raising wages for people and all that sort of stuff. Let's hear something that shows that he's actually, mastered what's in the Wall Street Journal, right? He's got to know this stuff, so share it. All right, he's not going to be the guy. Ben Carson's not going to be the guy because
But they're both
he's got an
leadable.
inspiring story, but he doesn't know what he's talking about.
You know the latest news from Ben
He doesn't,
Carson? I'm
so
going to go
sorry.
ahead and pull up some B-roll of Ben Carson while we talk about him.
And that's a strong statement for me to make that he doesn't know his facts. But listen to him talk about how he's going to have everybody using a tithing model instead of the progressive income tax and not being able to justify the flat tax proposal that he's talking about here.
And now he's trying to appeal to young black voters by having
it
a
was-
rap music ad that's going to play on radio.
He has an inspiring story, a great doctor, really nice person, but he's got to show that he knows what he's talking about if he wants to be president.
Did you hear this news about him thinking that the pyramids were not built for
Yes,
the
that they were built
pharaohs,
for
but
grain storage, I think he said.
Right, that Joseph from the Bible, built the pyramids to store grains in them.
Well,
in the pyramids.
I don't presume to tell people what to believe, but I think there are probably a lot of Egyptologists who would disagree with him. So that's by the way, he's appearing there with Steve King, who's one of the more conservative members of U.S. House of Representatives. He represents western Iowa, like the Sioux City, Iowa. That area. All right, anyway, so why Rubio? Because Rubio doesn't have the baggage of Chris Christie. He's in the Senate. He's young. He billed himself when he ran in 2010 as a Tea Party guy, which he isn't really, but he pulled that off, so he's a great politician. He's really good on his feet. He seems like a nice guy. He knows a lot about sports. He can relate to people.
Right, right.
He married a Miami Dolphins cheerleader.
Right. Yesterday we heard from him, and he became much more relatable because
He's a very relatable guy.
he was up in New Hampshire answering questions from a college crowd. And he's talking about things, people like Tiesto and Calvin Harris, and answering different questions like, "What would you want to eat?" And he said Tex-Mex. I guess this one question.
Yeah, he's 44 years old, and he's in the younger generation.
Well, there's this part that's now sort of trending on the internet. I saw it yesterday evening, but someone in the audience asked him which famous person that he hasn't met would he like to grab a beer with? And initially he starts talking about Dan Marino, but how he's gotten to know Dan Marino over the years.
But he knows
kind of
him.
like buds or whatever.
Right.
And then he talks and talks. He's like, you know who I'd like to meet? And then he brings up Malala. And someone
She
out
can't
there
drink
on
a
the
beer, though.
internet
She can't drink, though.
exactly pointed out, A, she's underage, and B, she's a practicing Muslim. So she's probably not the person you're going to grab a beer with, Marco
No,
Rubio.
a root beer, maybe. Oops.
But I thought it was pretty interesting. Whoever observed that and wrote an article on it, I was like, that's a good point.
She'd be a cool person to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, she lived
She's been
through
through a
being
lot.
shot by the Taliban.
Yeah, she's really she won the Nobel Peace Prize.
That too.
As like a 16-year-old.
It's kind of a big deal.
That's really, and she's in school now. So, I think that he is a guy who can be ultimately supported by the mainstream Republicans, and maybe if they kind of, just deal with it, by the more conservative members of the party too. So he's like the only guy who can kind of draw both of those worlds kind of sort of together,
Right.
which the Republicans are going to desperately need. Now the wild card in all this is Ted Cruz, because he's got a big following,
Right.
and they're considerably to the right of Marco Rubio, and a lot of those people are real committed voters, and they may not glom on to the Rubio bandwagon, and they may be not so enthusiastic. So they try to make the tent bigger, and of course also Rubio's from Florida,
right?
And he is a Latino candidate. He's a Cuban American, and so that's different from being, say, a Mexican American, which is a lot of Latino voters. But he speaks fluent Spanish, and he can at least siphon off some of that Democratic Latino support. I think probably that's part of the idea. So if I were Hillary, I would have a vice presidential candidate who's young, who's Latino, who speaks fluent Spanish.
I wonder who she'd pick then. We'll talk about that maybe on another day. But what do you think about Mike Dee's comment? Rubio's just having a Carly moment like after the second debate. He will fade.
I don't think he's going to. I think he ultimately will fade. And I think the reason he's going to fade is because, to paraphrase Gertrude Stein, there's no there. Meaning, if you get past the bluster and his hugely entertaining persona, what is his actual strategy for governing the country? There isn't one. He's just an improviser. I think he's been intellectually lazy, and he doesn't have a worldview that he can articulate, and he doesn't have specific policies that he could put into place. He doesn't have any idea how our system of government really works. He knows about making real estate deals.
Right.
He knows about television. And he knows
how
about
to get media attention.
and he knows about public relations, and he knows about marketing, and those are great skills. But we're talking, and some of them would.
Do you think he could end up being appointed in some role in the government?
No.
By someone else from like a.
No, I don't think he's a team player kind of person, and if he's not number one, he's not going to be involved. And I think that he's capable, if he were to sit down and pick up a book and surround himself with some really smart people who know policy, he could absorb it all. He's certainly a very smart guy.
Right.
I don't think he's interested. I think he's intellectually lazy. And I say that because I watched all three debates very carefully, and I listened to every word he said, and it's always the same stuff, and it didn't show any depth of understanding of issues that ought to be right in his wheelhouse, like the economy. He ought to be a stone-cold authority on that stuff. He's a billionaire, and he's been playing in that sandbox for 30 years. So why didn't he say anything of consequence? Why didn't he tell me about the ways to handle the interest rates and the Fed and how to raise real wages for millions of people who
In
are
his
living
defense,
hand to mouth?
CNBC didn't really focus on the economy either, though.
Well, he had plenty of time to make any comments he wanted to, because these candidates are doing that all the time.
Right.
They're pivoting and answering whatever they wanted. And there were plenty, if you look at it, there were plenty of economics questions in there too. I think some of the complaints about CNBC have been overblown. The reason is, I don't think that the three people asking the questions are all that liberal. B, I think CNBC is catching flack because it's perceived by Republicans to be a center left-leaning network, even though this is a business channel that embraces Wall Street, right? CNBC. Nevertheless, NBC parents company, the big parent company, is seen by Republicans as a little bit left of center, certainly.
Like MSNBC.
Right, and that is what MSNBC is. So they're not comfortable with NBC people asking the same questions that Fox people ask. When Fox people asked the questions, and they were very similar questions, frankly, in the first debate, like Megyn Kelly asking Donald Trump, aren't you a misogynist who's been mean to women and objectified them and treated them badly for years and years? That was seen as great confrontational journalism. Why? Because it was a conservative network grilling a fellow conservative. But when a center-left perceived network grills a conservative, all of a sudden they've got bias. The questions were relatively the same, I thought. So maybe these are all people running for the top office. They ought to be able to handle anything with aplomb. It should be a piece of cake for any of them. If you want to be the most powerful person in the world, you shouldn't be that thin-skinned. So I'm sticking up for the journalists from whichever network they work for.
Let's watch what you had to say about Marco Rubio in the video that was posted yesterday.
Apparently, the conservative punditocracy and Republican elites have decided that Marco Rubio is the man. They think he did a great job at all 3 debates. They think he is a power. Is this Marco's moment? Apparently, the conservative punditocracy and Republican elites have decided that Marco Rubio is the man. They think he did a great job at all 3 debates. They think he is a palatable alternative to both Ben Carson and Donald Trump. And they're very impressed just with his general demeanor, the cut of his jib. He's inching up in the polls, and he's waiting for other candidates to fold so that he can go from, right now, a solid 3rd place to a real challenger for the top spot. But what we really don't know at this point is if he's going to turn on all those people who so far haven't been that interested in a Rubio candidacy. If you like Donald Trump, if you like Ben Carson, could you be persuaded to vote for Marco Rubio? Or if he gets a nomination, would you simply sit the election out? I want to hear from you. It's easy to do. Get in touch with me on Twitter at SCraftFox10 or on Facebook at SteveCraftFox10. It's real easy to do.
It's real easy to do. It's always entertaining when you say that.
So we got lots and lots of great comments from people. I like Mike D's. Trump could be tweeting Kraft Fox 10 as a loser. I would love that.
It would be pretty epic.
That would be the greatest honor I would have ever received, to have Donald Trump call me out. I would love that.
Maybe Donald Trump would call us both out on the
But
fact
maybe my challenge to him, to back it up with some real substance, maybe he'd do it. I would love that. Because he's a real smart guy. So why doesn't he share some of his ideas with us?
Good question,
I hope he does. I really think the country would be better for it.
Well, we're going to talk about this more either tomorrow or next week. Next week we're going to have another debate, so I'm assuming that I'll be asking for your political expertise once again.
Yeah, happy to do it.
I'm very excited, guys. I was supposed to be off air 10 minutes ago.
You're on overtime.
Well, no, Kinsey's supposed to be on right now. So I'm going to end this stream, and you guys can join Kinsey in a few minutes. She's going to relaunch the stream momentarily. Bye, guys.
Peace.